Due to the graphic nature of the personal accounts and content discussed in this podcast, listener discretion is advised. Many episodes will include graphic personal accounts and discussions of child sexual assault, domestic violence, physical abuse, rape, sexual situations, and suicide.
Oh my child, I know you're hurt and you can't let go. It's not your fault and you don't deserve all the bad and the hurt. I know you tried so hard. I know you've done your part. It's not fair. You did your time. How much longer will you suffer in this life? But don't give up. Just hold on tight. It'll be alright.
Hello, welcome today to Latter-day Survivors. I'm your host, Sarah Austin. I recently changed my last name, so I'm still getting used to saying that. Our guest for today's episode is Celestine Kamrad. She reached out to us via our website, and we're very excited to have her today. I'm going to hand this over to her to tell her story in whatever way is healing for her. Thank you for being on our podcast today, and we're really excited to hear your story. So take it away.
Thank you. I didn't grow up in the church. I'm Navajo. I grew up with those spiritual practices. Me and my two sisters, we grew up with a lot of generational trauma. Both of our parents suffered trauma from boarding schools, and also it was a hard life on the reservation for them growing up. No electricity, no water, limited food a lot of times. And because they grew up in boarding schools, they didn't really have the skills to raise us. And we all suffered from depression, the whole family, even my parents. My parents did the best that they could for us, and they were always putting us first. We were always the priority. And now I see how my depression and my family dynamics with the generational trauma made me the perfect victim for my ex-husband. The same practices that they use to try to convert you into the church were used on me. His fake persona of a good Mormon boy was his cover. He pretended to care about me and told me what he thought I wanted to hear, just like missionaries do. And our whole relationship started with lies. And that seems to be a common practice in the LDS church in my experience. Anyways, in summer of 1984, I dated a guy in high school who was LDS. He showed me a world of word dances and all these youth activities that they had for, high schoolers and stuff. It was a whole community of people who seemed happy and family-oriented and positive. And we dated for a little while, and I confided in him after a while. I had told him that I suffered from depression. I was honest with him, and I told him that when I was 13, I had tried to kill myself. I overdosed, and I cut my wrist. And through therapy, I wasn't even on medication anymore. He was very understanding about it. He was kind and compassionate, and then we never spoke of it again. And our relationship ran its course, and we broke up after, towards the end of the summer. He went off to college, and I had kept the LDS friends that I had made over the summer that were still going to school with me. I became friends with one of those guys. He seemed perfect. We started dating, and I thought there was an instant connection. He would just basically came in and swept me off my feet when I was, 16. And not knowing any better, we progressed the relationship. And my mom had my mom, of course, she's not going to let anybody drive me home without bringing him in and meeting him. So he comes in. He's Mr. Mormon kid with polite and just wonderful. My mom fell in love with him. She found out that his parents had left him behind. They had moved, and they left him behind, but that he was living with his aunt, and he had said that he did not want to go with them, so he stayed behind. But my mom was like, how can they leave him behind? Um, so she's feeling sorry for him. She's, he's over all the time. She's buying him clothes. She's, like giving us gas money. He's spending the night on the couch because he's supposed to be driving me to school the next morning anyways. And, so the relationship progressed, and, I ended up pregnant. I was 17, and I told him I was pregnant, and the first thing he said to me was, "Are you going to keep it?" And I just turned around and I just started walking away. He came running after me and said, "I'm sorry, I just shocked me," and blah 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 and everything like that. So we start talking about it and everything, and he came up with this plan that he was going to join the army. Um, that would be, the medical expenses would be fine, and or we would be taken care of, and we'd have a place to live. It sounded like it was. Everybody kept telling me, "Oh, you're so lucky, you found somebody that's, going to take care of you." And so I'm hearing this from everybody. So, you know, 17, pregnant, I went ahead and married him.
Yeah.
And looking back on it now, I was so scared that I really didn't realize that I was just like going along with everything that, like my mom and him and everything. I was the youngest out of all of them. I'm the
Yeah.
17-year-old. So I'm scared, and I just kind of like let them all decide for me. And he ended up going to basic training, and did some extensive other extra training to learn how to fix helicopters. So he was gone my whole pregnancy. He came back just in time to see to see our daughter born. And it was 1986 by this time. As soon as my daughter was old enough to fly, we moved to Louisiana. And, she was a newborn. It was scary, but I was so in love with him, and I'm out there in the middle of nowhere with no family. This is before emails, before Zoom or
And
Skype or cell phones or anything.
yeah, you were so young too to be pretty much on your own, because I know when your husband at the time was in the armed forces. I'm sure he wasn't around much. You have a
So
newborn and you're just a child yourself. Oh, I
yes,
can't even imagine.
left to I didn't know anybody, and I started to get a little depressed, and I thought it was postpartum depression because I had read about that. And he got he started getting very like critical of everything I was doing. Nothing I could do was right with with the kids and everything. And then uh, it just progressed, and we were fighting all the time. So he comes up with the idea, why don't we go to church? So we start going to church. Um, he starts bringing the missionaries over. We're doing lessons and the whole thing. And before you know it, I'm getting baptized. And all my questions that I had were answered as if, like I had trouble with not being able to check yes for an organ donor at that time. They said that wasn't, the homosexuality thing. I had gay friends in high school, so that
Yeah.
I didn't like that either. I didn't like the way Native Americans were portrayed in the Book of Mormon, and I did not like the way oh, I can't remember what the other one was, but it there were a lot of issues, and I was led to believe that they didn't do that anymore. Treatment of women, the
Oh
treatment of
yeah.
women,
Yeah.
and they led me to believe that, oh no, it's 1986, we're current, we're blah blah blah, and to the times, and you know about 5 years later, that's not the truth, and
No. No, it's not even the truth now
no,
in 2023. So I
exactly.
didn't know I didn't know that organ donation wasn't allowed back then.
Yeah, they had told me that
I
because,
did not know that.
and my question was, so if my daughter needs an organ, if she needs a heart transplant, am I not allowed to get a heart from somebody else? And they told me, oh no, you can. That's, that would be fine. I was like, but if
But
if
I
I yeah
can't.
if I die, I'm brain dead and I donate my organs, that's unacceptable. So
I didn't know that. And
yeah,
then I can also only imagine, I'm sure you've seen it, the Native American placement programs they had and everything. Oh,
yes,
that had to
it
be
was.
heartbreaking for you just
It
to
was
know
it
that.
was it was a lot. There was a story that I read about a woman that they actually used the words that she wasn't crying, she was squawking, making the noise like she was trying to talk to her young one while the baby is crying, as they're being split up, and they were saying that it seemed like more of birds talking to each other than a mother, and that bothered me. Um,
Yeah.
my mom was taken, and my dad, they both met in Utah at a boarding school where they were both taken away from their parents, and that's where they were grown up, and they were physically abused and verbally abused, emotionally abused, neglected, and just blah blah blah, everything. And so that really hit a nerve with me.
Yeah,
And
that's awful.
I googled it and found out they don't have that story in there anymore, but it is, if you Google it, it's there. And
Yeah,
I was, the same thing. I was just told that that wasn't how they felt anymore and everything. So yeah, it was hard for me to get past that. So
for sure.
yeah, so we're going to church all the time, and everything seemed fine again for a little while, and then it just starts all over again. It was the pattern that he, and I didn't realize it then, but he goes through a phase where he's nice and he's sweet and everything, and then he just starts, getting like belittling you and criticizing you, and then it just moves on, and it just keeps getting worse and worse. Um,
Yeah,
and I just kept like waiting for that person that I fell in love with to come back, and he never came back, because that was a fake person. He was,
yeah,
yeah, he was not honest from me from day one. I got baptized. My daughter's about 18 months old, and I found out that my dad had broken his leg. So I'm unhappy there. So I volunteered to come home and help out. So I flew out and came back with my parents, and my sister, as soon as I got off the plane, she just gave me this shocked look like, what are you wearing? And I looked at her, and she, and I gave her a hug, but she kind of looked at me like, this is really, it was like she was hugging a different person. And
yeah,
she was asking me all these questions. Have you heard this new album? Have you seen this movie? Have you read this book? And I was, I knew nothing.
yeah,
And that's when I realized how I was feeling isolated because I was isolated.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to go home. I called him, and after my dad got better and it was time for me to go home, I told him I didn't want to go home. Uh, so he he gets on a plane and flies home, or flies to us, and immediately the love bombing, everything. He's nice. He's making promises. He's saying, just everything that I said I was feeling isolated, and he told me, well, let's go get a car. We need a new car anyways. So he had flown out there, and we were supposed to fly back, but we ended up driving back with a new car. And when we got back, he was telling everybody that the car was a condition of my return, basically.
Wow.
And I didn't know this until probably about 3 months later, when one of my friends had said, hey, I want to tell you something. He said this about you. Because she was like, it didn't add up once she got to know me that I would say, that I would demand something like that. And
Right.
yeah, so it was just a lot of things like that he did, and it was just escalated and escalated and got worse and worse. We moved onto the post housing, and I started calling the MPs, and what they did was they came over, wrote a little report. Then we get assigned these like kind of like couples classes for newly married people that they have, and and people that are having conflicts in their marriage, and so bad that MPs are called in. And it was a big class. There were a lot of people there. There were like two huge tables, and there was couples all the way around. And I just was sitting there, and they're giving us all, the coping skills and argument, or talk how to talk and use techniques you should use, and don't attack somebody by saying you always, and just all that
Yeah.
stuff. That was their solution, and we did that for a couple of times, and then they also made us do one or couples counseling where it was just the two of us and not in a group.
Yeah.
And I found that I was pregnant again with my oldest son, and it was just almost about 3 years ready for him to get out of the army, and I was excited because was having a son, and he was so nice to me when I was pregnant. It was just, it was the person
Yeah.
that I dated, and
Yeah.
so yeah, I just like kept holding on to the fact, that the person might come back all the time, feeling, he's telling me that you're the one with depression. You're the one, and everything was always my fault, but he
Of
didn't
course.
have any other problems with anybody else, which is not the truth. Um, and, it was so that was in my head also. And, going through having to return to school after you cut your wrist was really,
Yeah.
really, it was humiliating. It was embarrassing. It was, um, I can't even describe it. Some of the questions, that people were, kids can be really mean. I actually had,
Kids are awful, especially
yeah,
around that age, like that middle
yeah,
school, early high school. Like,
yeah.
terrible.
I actually had some girl grab my arm and pull my sleeve up and say, "Can I see your wrist?"
Oh,
And
jeez.
yeah, I mean, it was the wrong wrist, but still, that kind of. So I'm, I'm. It sounds feasible, He's telling me that it's all me, and I'm the one that's crying. I'm the one that's, feeling this way, and I'm the one that's depressed. So, I thought it was all my fault,
Yeah, and
and
that's so characteristic of like narcissistic abuse right there, is they'll turn things around and make you think it's all your fault, and they'll do things, they'll do things to set you off and then be like, "Oh, look how crazy you are,"
yep,
and then
yes,
And that gets deeply ingrained that, like, even when you're out of the situation, you still think you're at fault for everything. I
Yeah,
know that
yeah,
I've struggled with that, and
yeah,
that's
just up until a couple of years ago. I mean, within the last 3 or 4 years, I was still blaming myself for all this. I was still
yeah,
saying,
absolutely.
yeah, I was still feeling like, that maybe it was me, maybe it was me.
Yeah,
Um,
and one connection that I've kind of connected in coming out of the church and then also coming out of my own, you know, narcissistic abuse situation is how much the church creates narcissistic people. And the
yes,
church itself is narcissistic, and they will do that. Like, oh, you're not feeling the spirit, you must be doing something wrong.
yes,
This awful thing happened in your life, you're doing something wrong.
yes,
And then they breed that narcissism into other people and open the doors for that abuse, and it's terrible.
yeah.
It creates that brain damage that just makes you think that you're at fault for everything. And
It does, and it messes with you. It really, you know, it really like got into me when I would misplace stuff or something like that. I would feel like I was losing my mind, you know,
yeah.
because I'm not sleeping, I'm not, I'm having bad dreams, just everything connected to the depression and the anxiety, and
Mhm.
I'm feeling like I'm losing my mind at this point.
That's
And
awful.
yeah, so he was, but I was holding on, and we moved. He got out of the army. We moved back to Phoenix, and I was excited because I was going to get to be back with my family. And we were moving in with his parents to save money to buy a house. The house,
Uh-huh.
and I I kind of started rebelling. Uh, I started dressing the way I used to, when I was there. I started
Yeah.
listening to my music, and it caused friction between us. So I started like hiding my tapes in the diaper bag, and I would read my Cosmo, but it'd be tucked inside an Ensign magazine, and
That's awesome.
just yeah, just horror, sneaking out and going places with my sister, and being a normal. I was probably only 20, not even 20. I was like 19 years old. And yeah, 19, almost 20. And yeah, so I was just doing what, normal people do at that age, and we were
Yeah.
fighting about it. And it just kept increasing and increasing. And I got so, I stopped eating. Um, and I lost a whole bunch of weight, and I took my daughter to the pediatrician one day, and he looked at me and he said, "Are you okay?" And then I just burst into tears, and he said that, "Oh, it's postpartum," or my son, I'm sorry, he says it's postpartum depression, all this stuff. Um, so he ended up putting me on Prozac, and that really didn't help my eating disorder much.
No.
I just kept losing weight, but Prozac was so new at that time. It was brand new,
Yeah.
and so it helped for a long time. But then it did stop helping. But they took me off of that because I found out I was pregnant with my youngest daughter,
Oh,
and so 1992 was when she was born, and meanwhile, we moved out to Gilbert because we kept looking for houses, and he's supposed to be saving this money. He says he's saving this money. It's supposed to be there. And we're looking at houses, and he's telling me this one's too big, this one's too small. I don't like where this one is. I don't like the color of this one. Just anything. I don't like the layout. And I found a perfect one outside of Phoenix, and everything, checked all the boxes. And I told him after this was after my daughter was born. I told him after we left the house that I was absolutely in love with. Um, I said, "So when can we put a down payment? When can we put a bid on it?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, I just got furious, and I just said, "Do you even want to buy a house?"
yeah.
And he turned to me and he told me, I don't know, 30-year mortgage, that seems like a big commitment.
Yeah.
And we're sitting in the car and I'm looking in the back seat at these three small children. They're not even school age yet. And I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck have we been doing this whole time?
Right.
And it just really, it kind of, that put together with the mistreatment and the things that he was saying and everything just really made me feel like it just, like he wasn't, he's not in this like I am.
Yeah.
And we just started fighting about it and fighting about it. And we ended up, or I'm sorry. Yeah, we ended up fighting about it a lot. And my daughter was probably about 2 years old, and I was just so depressed and so miserable. And I went to my doctor and I told them I wanted to die. And
Jeez.
yeah, so they, let's put you back on Prozac. That didn't work. So then they ended up putting me on Zoloft, which was brand new at that time too.
Yeah.
I So I was going through, like, I ended up going through so many different medications before I finally before we finally did get divorced. But um, this when I started taking the medications, I it made me feel good, and I started feeling happy, and I was like, this is what it's supposed to be like, this is how I'm supposed to feel. I'm supposed to be
Yeah.
able to enjoy my children, and not feel, oh my gosh, what is he going to get mad about, and um, so they, she asked me if I was going, if I was planning on doing anything and if I was going to be safe if she sent me home. And I just told her I didn't know. And so they put me in the hospital, and I I remember going in there, and they keep you like in this little isolation place for like 24 hours, and then they move you to like the general population. It's it's not a bad place, I mean, they even called it a behavioral unit, you know.
Yeah.
Um, but just to be, you know, in there, and when my sister came to visit me, they had to, search her, and she wasn't allowed to bring my notebooks in, and just, there were just all these things, and it was just so humiliating and scary,
For
because
sure.
I was telling them I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Yeah.
So in groups and everything, they start telling me that his behavior, and they did call him a narcissist, just like you did. And they, but they didn't say really. They just said that he had narcissistic behavior, and so you think think of it like a character trait, whatever. But
Yeah.
it's not. It's not what the actual, like, a personality disorder is something
Yeah.
totally different than just being narcissistic.
Yeah.
Um, but I got out of the hospital. It was supposed to be a 24-hour hold. It ended up being a week. And I went home, but my eyes, my eyes were open to what he was doing. And
Yeah.
after that, it just, we would fight. We would fight about this, fight about that, and it just kept escalating and escalating. About a year later, I mean, almost a year to the date, I ended up back in the hospital again, that same hospital, and ended up spending a little over a week that time, changed my medications. Of course, he's making me feel like shit because I've been gone for, a week and a half,
Of course.
and everything's piled up and everything. And so we start getting, into it after a couple of days, and we're fighting back and forth. And I'm being a little more, I catch myself like starting to argue with him, argue back instead of just letting him say, it's your fault, and thinking that it's my fault. But um, it just kept escalating and escalating. And we moved back in. We were living in Gilbert, then we moved back in with his parents. This time, I didn't know it at the time, but his parent, well, the reason why we moved, why he gave that we needed to move back in with his parents was that I was having so much trouble with the children that I needed help. And can we move back in? And so he gets out of paying rent because we're not living in the
Yeah.
apartment anymore. We moved
Yep.
back in, but his mom, you know, she's wonderful. You know, she was a really sweet woman. When we moved back from Louisiana, she found out that I did not have my high school diploma yet. So she was going to a college, a community college. She was bringing me home pamphlets and stuff to get my GED and helping me study, and she was the reason why I got my GED.
That's
She
great.
also, yeah, she also got me into taking a couple of college classes, but that never really amounted to anything because, he guilted me into not, into quitting again.
Yeah.
And
Well, it takes you away from the house, takes you away
yeah,
from the kids.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And he never did anything. I was
Yeah.
there 24/7. I never had a job the whole time that I was with him. I think I sold Tupperware for like
Yeah.
half a year or something like that. And but it was never. I didn't have. I never had an outside of the house job.
Yeah.
Um, so
Which
we're
that's
up.
isolating in and of itself too.
It
Keeps you
was.
very isolated.
It does because really the only outside contact besides church was my sister. That
Yeah.
was it. My sister and my parents. And every time we went over there, you know, he'd be nice to me for a little while, but then he'd be like, "We got to get out of here. I can't be here anymore." And then he'd want to leave. We lived with them for a little while, and then we moved in with. He had borrowed money from my parents already to put towards this imaginary house fund. He also borrowed money from his parents, tried to borrow money from my sister. She said no. And so he wanted to borrow some more money from my mom, and my mom said they didn't have it. But you're more than welcome to come stay with us until you save some more money. So I
Yeah.
said, all right. So I presented him with that, and he said, all right. So we went over there. Not even, not even 7 days into this visit, uh, our dog was chewing on the back of my mom's chair, and she had just bought this furniture, and she made a comment saying that, hey, can you stop the dog? Can you put the dog outside? So I'm picking up the dog, and my husband makes this comment to her and says, the dog wasn't doing anything. And she's kind of looks at him and just kind of like blows it off and everything. She's sitting at the table at her kitchen table eating breakfast, and she she made the comment, "You treat," she says, "you treat the dog better than you do your own children." And
Jeez.
he got right in her face. He slammed his hands onto the kitchen table where she was sitting and started screaming at her, telling her that she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's a horrible mother. You abused your children, and just going at her. And I'm standing there like, what the, I'm like, I don't know what to do. And
Wow.
she grabs her coffee. It wasn't hot, and she threw it in his face. He's standing there and the coffee's running down his face, and I was like, "Oh my god, please don't hit her. Please don't hit her. Please don't hit her." And I just got up and I walked off. So two of them are starting to scream at each other. And I just walked into the room, and I've got the kids in there, and I just like open up the suitcases and I just start grabbing stuff and putting it in there. Not even, I'm like, "Oh, well, this didn't last. It's time to
Yeah.
go." And I packed everything up, and my mom comes into the room and she is crying. And she told me she was yelling at him saying, you need to leave or I'm calling the police. That's what she was telling him. And I'm in there packing, and she came to me and she told me, you don't have to leave. And it was the weirdest thing, but I felt like a robot when I said it. He's my husband. I have to go with him. And
Yeah.
it just like came out of me. And I was like, I didn't even, you know, think about saying that. It just like happened. And I was in there packing everything up, like, here we go again. And I ended up just leaving with him when I didn't want to go, you know?
Yeah.
And I didn't understand that. I kind of still don't understand that. My mom said it's brainwashing, but I don't know what it was. It was fear or whatever. But I ended up leaving with my mom, and we didn't talk for almost a year.
Wow.
And I thought that I thought she was angry at me for leaving. And he was, of course, telling me, oh, yeah, they probably feel like you betrayed them big time, and just stuff like that. And I'm feeling guilty and missing my family. He moves us down to Tucson, where I'm even more isolated from my family again. And I ended up in the hospital down there again. And when I went into the hospital, this is the third time, I I went in there and I was just telling them, I, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And then they said, well, he's manipulating you. It's just the same thing over again. They were telling me the same thing. But what somebody in group told me, what kind of example are you setting for your daughters? And I didn't know what to say. I had no response because he's right. He was absolutely right. What this was the example I was setting, that it's okay for them to be in relationships like this. So I made it a point that I was going to make a plan to leave. And there was one girl in the group, and she was telling me, "Oh, I work at this resort. They're always looking for people." And some guy offered, I've got this garage apartment. You don't even have to pay me until you find a job. And all these people are helping me, but I wouldn't have been able to take my kids with me.
Oh, jeez.
I never held a job.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to like find a job while I'm down in Tucson. I'm going to places and going here, going there. Nobody's going to hire me. They keep asking me, "What have you been doing all this time?" And I'm like, "Well, I've been staying home with my kids." And how many kids do you have? "Oh, I have 3 kids." Oh, they don't want to they don't want to have to worry about some woman with 3 kids.
Right.
But it was uh it was hard. Um, I tried and I tried and I tried, and he always told me that if I left, I would be leaving with nothing. That I would, I would, it would, he would not help me at all. I would be leaving with nothing. So we moved back in. It was with his parents, and everything's okay for a little while. Um, I I started. I got a job. It was a Yeah, it was a part-time retail job at Mervyn's. But it was the first time I'd ever done anything like that by myself. And it was like within a year, I was like the head person in the children's department. And I was so excited. And it made me feel so good about myself. And even even my manager, even when everybody said she's so mean. Oh, I hate the way she talks to me. It didn't faze me one bit because it's like I was desensitized. I didn't.
Yeah.
So, and
You
she
have
would
all the
tell,
experience on that.
yeah, yeah, exactly. So, I started working and I started putting away some money, making a plan again, and we uh, we got in a huge fight. My mother-in-law was visiting, and she took the kids out of the house. I was talking to him and telling him that I I wanted I wanted a separation, and he was like, "Oh, this again," And I started talking to him and then telling him, and he's like, well, where's this coming from? And blah, 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 like it's coming out of nowhere. And my therapist told me that when he starts getting mad, if he starts getting in your face, if he looks like he's about to, you know, start pushing you up against the wall or something, just leave, just
Yeah.
remove yourself from the situation. So that's what I did. I start walking away and he's coming after me. So I ran around the kitchen table. He's chasing me and he's knocking over chairs. I ran up the stairs because there's the kids' bedroom up there, and the bathroom door locks upstairs. There's only two doors that locked. It was both the bathrooms. Our bathroom was downstairs, but I'm running up the stairs and I hear hear his feet hitting the steps and everything. And just as I'm about to reach the knob for the door, I feel him grab my ankle, and he pulled my ankle. I fell to the floor and he dragged me down the stairs. And I was like trying to, like kick my feet free. So when I was going down the stairs, I was hitting hard because I'm like flipping around trying to kick him. And when I got to the bottom of the stairs, he had knee surgery in the early 90s, and I hit him in the knee, and I was able to get up, and I went running towards our room to go into the bathroom, and plus there was a phone back there too. So I'm running in there, and up until a few years ago, I thought it ended there. Um, what really happened was he grabbed me by the hair again right before I was at the door. He pulled me into the room, and he shut the door. He still has me by the hair, and he bent me over a dresser, a waist high dresser that we had, and he pulled down my pants, and he started. I I could see my reflection in the mirror because it was like red. There was a closet mirror, and my face was just blank. In my nightmare, when I have this nightmare, my face is like a rag doll, with the little round cheeks and the little blank expression.
Yeah.
In my dreams, that's me. I'm a rag doll, and you can see my feet lifting up off the ground as he's pushing, and
That's terrible. I am so sorry.
but the next the next morning, his mom was supposed to be bringing over the kids, and I was asleep, and it was probably about 10 or 11 o'clock. He comes into the room, and I look at him, and I'm like totally confused because he's coming in and he's like, hey, and he's like telling me that, like nothing happened. And he said that he made the kids some breakfast and that he could make me some eggs. And then he comes over and gives me a kiss on the cheek, and he tells me, wow, things got a little rough last night. And walks out of the room. And at this point, I don't know what to think. I'm like, did I imagine it? And I think I just went along with it. And I don't know why I didn't remember it until just a couple of years ago. But I don't know.
That's very normal for that. I mean, we've done a ton of episodes with people that didn't remember, their abuse or traumatic events till years later. And often, like, it's like a thing within our psyche, within our brains. It's a coping and it's a protection mechanism that makes us forget things. And then when we're in a safe and healthy place is when we can finally start remembering to be able to heal from it. So yeah, sometimes it's years and decades later, but that's very common for that to happen, to where you block those things out.
That
Absolutely.
now that you say it, 4 years ago I did start. I had to retire early because of health problems, and I did start. I started therapy, and they started doing EMDR with me, and that, yeah, that's about right. And I got a dog. I got this
Yeah.
wonderful dog, and then right after I got him, I started having all these nightmares, and they told me it was PTSD symptoms, and uh, and then that's when I started having all the nightmares and the dreams and everything.
Yeah.
But when it happened, I didn't. I guess his explanation was a little easier for me to take. Maybe, I don't know, but I just went along with it, and um, I ended up I ended up, of course, getting more depressed, feeling more
Of course.
suicidal. I started not eating again, and at this point, I'm bulimic now, and I'm also starting to cut.
Yeah.
I I had taken a curling iron one day, and I burned a big scar on I still have the scar on my arm. Um, and so, I ended up in the hospital again. And the same thing over and over again. But this time when I went into the hospital, like I said, I was working. I went into the hospital, and I didn't know that he was telling everybody at my new job, well, not new job, but I had had it for a year. He was telling everybody that I was in the hospital because I tried to kill myself, and I'm haven't been well for years, and just painted me as this, you know, totally messed up person. He was telling the
Yeah.
people at the church that also. All the people thought that I was just a wreck, and it was, oh, he just presented me as, as his basket case wife, to
Yeah.
everybody.
And that way he can get sympathy, you know?
Yeah, 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 because he's a wonderful guy that's that's taking care of his sick wife.
Yeah. Yep.
But he's the one that was making me sick. I
Yeah.
I really and at that time I really did think it was me. It wasn't it wasn't that long. We got in this big fight. I told him I want to leave, you know. And he starts giving me all these reasons and everything. And I said, "No," and I start to walk away, and he grabs me, and I freaked out. He grabbed the back of my shoulders, and was like trying to stop me from going out the door. And
Yeah.
I just freaked out, and I threw my keys at him, and I was throwing my purse at him, and I'm, smacking him and everything, and I'm screaming at him, "No, no, 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 you're not doing that. You're not doing that." And I'm like, I don't even know why I'm screaming at this time, but I'm telling, just screaming. And my little kids were there. They're crying. I'm freaking out and losing my mind. He throws me over his shoulders. I thought he was taking me to the room. And so I start, "No, no, no," again. And I'm screaming and
Yeah.
freaking out. But he took me out the front door. He put me in the car or in the truck, and took me to the emergency room, and he left me there. He came back. He told my sister that it was because he had to get back to the kids. But when he dropped me off at the hospital, he was just he like he was angry at me, and he was pissed off, and he was like, "Here, you deal with her." And I went in. They, I was still very upset, and they gave me Haldol, calmed me down. They already, of course, had all my psychological records and everything, and saw the cuts on my arms and the burns, and I they told me they were going to wait for a bed to open up at another behavioral unit. So uh, this would be my last hospitalization, though. I I waited and I waited, and they said he was coming back and he was going to transport me to the behavioral unit where he would sign me in. And they wouldn't let me go by myself. They wouldn't let me leave with anybody else besides him. And so he picks me up, and he like tries to like put his hand on my shoulder, and I'm like smacking him away. I'm like, don't touch me, and I'm like moving my hands, and he's like opening the door and like trying to like put his hands on me to like try to get me in the car. And I'm like, I'm smacking my hands and stuff, telling him,
Yeah.
touch me, get away from me. And then I didn't say anything to him. He's talking to me the whole ride. It was only like a 10-minute ride, but he's talking to me and telling me, I hope you can get some help in here and maybe this one, and just patronizing me. And I just got mad and mad and mad and mad and mad. And by this time, I'm just fuming. He gets out of the car. We get over there, and I get up to the thing, and they asked him, "Would you like to wait? Would you like to wait with her?" Because they had to have somebody come to do the intake. And I just said no. And
Good for you.
yeah, and he goes and tries to kiss me on the cheek, and I smacked him away again too. But I was smacking with both hands, and again, they're saying I'm combative. So
Yeah.
I again get some more Haldol. They put me in a room. I'm there. I go to group the next morning, and I just tell them that I'm not leaving to go back there, and I was
Yeah.
done. And I still, did not have enough money to leave though. And all those times that I was trying to save money to put towards getting a place big enough for me and my 3 children, I'm trying to fill out applications for apartments and stuff, and I'm just finding out that my credit has just been trashed. It is,
Wow.
yeah, it's just, just total trash.
Yeah.
And so, I need big deposits to put down on stuff, and and I have to start over. I have to start with I'm 29 years old, and I feel like I am starting over like a 19-year old because I
Yeah.
had no job experience, nothing.
Yeah.
But I'm still in the hospital. It's a wonderful group of people. I always met such great people in the hospital. um, I started to realize that these people that I was meeting, in groups and in therapies, they're all trying to get better.
Yeah.
They're all striving for happiness. They're striving for, healing and everything. Um, so I got to thinking, I was like, well, wouldn't I rather be associated with those kind of people than, so I started leaning towards, all those friends that I had started making. And I ended up I stayed friends with a lot of people that I was in the hospital with. There was this one guy that I was in the hospital with, and he told me in group that he I shouldn't be afraid of my own husband.
Yeah.
And he was right. So I devised a plan again. I'm going to get some more money. I'm leaving with my kids. I can't leave from the hospital, because he's not going to hand over my kids, if I'm leaving
No.
from the
Yeah.
hospital. So I have to go home. And I kept in touch with him, and we were friends. And we I ended up having an affair with him. But he was, all the other times that I tried to leave, I was physically stopped. You know, I would, you know, doors were blocked, car keys were taken away, wallet was taken away, just, you know, everything. My purse was hidden, it was just always something. He'd get violent. I had no protection. When I called the police, he'd put on his act and tell them that he's in the service and I'm mentally unstable. He'd take them into the kitchen a lot of the times and show them my medications on the counter and convince them that he calmed me down and everything is going to be fine now. And they would just eat it right up. I'd be begging them, not to go. And they'd leave me there with him crying. I'd be crying and they'd leave. But with this new relationship, I felt like I had someone who would protect me. Um, he knew what a sadistic monster my husband was, and he was going to help me leave. He told me he wouldn't let anything happen to me, and I believed him. I believed him, and I felt like my husband had finally had someone to answer to in a way. Someone who was bigger than him and wasn't the least bit afraid of him. The week before I left, I told him that I was leaving, and I think he kind of suspected that I had cheated on him. And I I got I had a pager, and it goes off. So I look at it, and of course it's the guy. So I've just said I'm going to go to Fry's to go pick up something for dinner. So I leave the house, get to the phone, the payphone in front of Fry's, and I'm sitting there dialing the number, and I hear hello, and I said hello, and as soon as I heard him say hello, he came up behind me, had his arm around my neck, spun me around, grabbed me by my neck, and pushed me up against the wall right there in front of the grocery store.
Wow.
And I felt the wall like, it had like these, it wasn't smooth brick. It was like this, like rippled, rough wall. And he pushed me up against it, and he had his hand around my neck, and he was telling me, um, "Are you calling him? Is that him on the phone?" And started calling me names, telling me I was a slut, telling me I was a whore, and all these people. There's one lady I hear screaming, and she says, "Get your hands off of her!" And she says, "Somebody call the police!" And I'm hearing all this, but he's got me up against the wall, and he's like pulling me and pushing me, pushing me up against the wall. And finally, he lets go. I fell to the ground. He took off, and she's saying, "Somebody stop him! Somebody stop him!" He takes off. I am sitting there just crying, shaking like crazy. I didn't know what to do. And all I thought was about all, he was sitting here calling me a whore and a slut in front of all these people, the strangers in the parking lot, at a grocery store that I go to regularly.
Right.
And the woman's telling me, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And I just saw her face, and she just looked like she felt so sorry for me. And I just got up and I started getting all my stuff back into my purse, and I got my keys, and I just got in my car and I drove off. And
Yeah.
I took off the other way, and she was telling me, the cops are coming, please stay." And I was just like, I just ran.
Yeah.
I called the guy back, and he told me, "Go to the police department." So I went to the police department, and they they made me take off my shirt so that they could take pictures of the marks on my back,
Oh.
and filed a report. And they asked me if I had some place to stay, and I lied to them and I told them yes. I slept in my truck that night, and I took a shower at the gym, and I went over to Target and bought some clothes to wear to work, and I went to work that day. And he showed up at my work, told me that he had to take the day off from work because there was nobody to watch the kids, and told me, can you please come home? Can we call a truce? You know, just, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to, and he says, I know you want to leave. Fine. And he said he would let me leave. So I went home, and by this time, his this house that his parents owned, we've been living on and off there this whole time. When they left out of town probably about a year and a half, maybe 2 years before this incident. So he's supposed to be making the house payments and and we were taking over the house payments. Um,
Yeah.
and I was going to finally have my house. And he quit paying on it. There were foreclosure notices on the door. He quit pay. When I got home, he wasn't paying the gas bill, wasn't paying the electric bill, wasn't paying the phone bill, the water bill, nothing. Everything was getting shut off. So I was like, all right, we're gonna end up leaving. But because I'm cutting off the locks to just so that I can have water to,
Yeah.
make the kids something and give them baths, and I was cutting the lock. I cut the lock off, and then the next day they came and put another lock on it and wrote this big red sign and said, if I remove this lock, it's going to be a $50 charge. He just let everything go. The garage door was broken. There were holes in the wall. The kids' doors, both of them, they were hung kind of like they weren't hung right on the door. They weren't shutting right anymore. It was a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house, and when we left, only one toilet was working.
Wow.
And only the master shower was working. And
Wow.
this is how he was letting me and his 3 children live. And no matter how many times I asked, it would always be the same thing. Well, I'm so busy. I work so hard, you just basically make himself out, I don't stay home all day long like you do, and
Right.
things like that.
Like staying
And
home with kids is a walk in the park. Like you
yeah,
got
yeah,
nothing else to
exactly.
do during the day
Yeah, nothing else to
than
do.
home
Just
maintenance.
just sitting around. Yeah.
Right.
Um, but I think the sink probably was the most disgusting part of it all. Was the it was leaking. I had a bowl underneath there, and it was a big, humongous stainless steel bowl. And every time I ran the dishwasher, or anytime I did the dishes in the sink, I had to do this a couple of times a day. I would have to pull that out of underneath the sink, and it stunk. It was disgusting, and I would have to go and I would have to dump it into the toilet, the one
That's
toilet that
awful.
was working. It was awful. It was rotting underneath there because no matter how much, it just still splashes, and there's still the moisture and everything, and it just was rotting underneath the sink. And then the day, or maybe it was 2 days before we left, at night, we were sitting watching TV, and the kids wanted to make a snack, so they went into the kitchen and they flipped on the light, and the two of them it was my older ones. The two of them started yelling, and I went and walked in there, and there were probably about 3 or 4 giant slugs that were coming out of, and they were going across the kitchen floor,
Oh my gosh.
coming out of underneath the sink. And uh, it's, all that was going on. And then he was just letting us live like that. He
That's
didn't
awful.
care. And he would still expect us all to show up on Sundays and pretend like everything's okay, that we're not living like this, that we're not living in these disgusting conditions, and that everything's okay. And meanwhile, I'm just feeling like nothing because he's telling me that I'm nothing all the time. And now his actions are showing that he doesn't care about us. And now I look back on it and I think to myself, I, it's like he was trying to make us leave. Like I don't know if maybe he just thought that you know that he could push me out of the house. I don't know if that's what he was thinking, or if he just really, really didn't give a shit that his wife and his children were living like this.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's sometimes, I mean, that's possible. That's, he was trying to give you excuses to leave. I know, um, with my husband, shortly before we split up, he was the one that asked for the divorce. But I would say probably about a month or two prior to him asking, he like kept trying to give me outs. Like, well, if you would be happier, I would completely understand if you wanted to, and then when he finally did ask me for the divorce, he was like, I was hoping, he said, I was hoping that you would be the one that would, you know, and it's like he didn't want to be the bad guy because like in their head, if we leave, if they make things, bad enough or whatever, they give us the out, then we leave, we're the bad guys, but they're them being narcissistic, they don't want any of the blame. So they don't want it on them. So yeah, they
Well,
do that.
that would totally play into the fact that you know, like I've been thinking back on this. I was living like this, but yet nobody hears that. Everybody just hears that the story that he has is just I found somebody else and I just abandoned my family and ran off with
Yeah.
this other guy. And that
Yeah.
is just, not
Yeah. And that's
100%
not the
not
way
what
it
happened.
happened.
And, and maybe it was, maybe that was what just another thing that he could play the victim for and
Yeah.
get the sympathy. Once you said it, it just like a light. I was like, that's probably exactly what it was. So I just called my mom and told her that he quit paying on everything and everything's shut off. And I told her what happened in front of her eyes, and I left. And I ended up at my mom's house with nothing. He uh, he stayed in the house for a little while, and then he started looking for a place closer to where he was working, which was in between Tucson and Phoenix. I'm living with my parents with 3 kids in their 4-bedroom house, and he's giving me no money. The
Yeah.
I'm taken off the account. If my dad gave me his old truck, he gave me his old Suburban. If I didn't have that truck, I would have had nothing. I would have had
Wow.
nothing. So my mom's giving me gas money, my mom's paying for the food for these 3 children that I brought over, and it's we're on top of each other, and it was so hard.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the kids are upset, of course, because they've just their lives have been uprooted, and my oldest is angry at me because she was team dad from the beginning, and she's telling me, when are we going to go back to dad? I want to live with dad. I want to live with dad right from the beginning.
Oh,
And
jeez.
we, my mom and my dad are stressing out, and I can sense the tension, and I can sense, and I'm trying to tell them I'm thank you so much for letting me stay here, and just trying to make them, make everything easier on everybody. And he is setting up a new, he's got a manufactured home that, I don't know if you know the town of Marana, but it is between Tucson and it's closer to Tucson. Um, he, Small town. He he's he's moving into a manufactured home, and so he calls me and tells me, "Okay, I'm ready for the kids to start coming on the weekends. I have a 3-bedroom house and blah blah blah. And can you bring them down?" And I'm like, "I don't have any gas money to bring them down, you know." And
Okay.
I ended up losing my job at Mervin's. Uh, and it was all the way across town. There was no way I could just, I could keep going. And so I lost that job. I'm looking for another job, and my parents tell me he's got a he's got a big house. Why don't you let them stay with him until you can get a job and get set up, until you have enough money to get them, until and I really I really felt like I didn't have any options because this is, I was relying totally on my parents. At that point, I was at their mercy, you know.
Yeah.
So them telling me this, I fought it and I was like, no, no, no. It's telling myself, no, 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 and they just kept asking me, and I talked to their dad, and meanwhile, the guy, me and him are still, connecting and talking, and he's trying to support me through all this and tell, he's my shoulder to cry on. And he's telling me, don't do it, don't do it, go to a
Yeah.
shelter. He's telling me,
Right.
go to a shelter before you turn those kids over to him, knowing that
Yeah.
he's as violent as he is. And I just couldn't put them in a shelter. I thought I was protecting them by not taking them to a shelter. And against my better judgment, I told him, this is just temporary. This is just temporary. I just kept telling him, telling him, telling him. And when I did finally get a job, uh, he told me that he was suing me for full custody, and that I was going to have supervised visits. And of course, I fell apart.
Yeah.
But I just felt like my whole world had come to an end because I had poured everything I had into this family,
Yeah.
my babies. Each one of them, I did everything for. He did nothing for them. He
Yeah.
couldn't even tell you what grade they were in or what school they went to. He didn't even know where their school was.
Yeah.
And so he wouldn't give the kids back. And I uh, I went to work, and I was, of course, my mind's not in it, and I ended up giving the wrong change to somebody, and I ended up losing that job.
Oh.
And I was just, I was back to wanting to die, and it was it was the worst time in my life. The courts the courts set up. They said that I did not need supervised visits. They said the temporary custodial plan was joint custody, but because he had the house, they were going to stay with him.
Mm-hmm.
So that after him filing motion after motion after motion, he just drug it on and drug it on and drug it on. Meanwhile, I'm trying to do the every other day, every other weekend thing, driving them back and forth, going and picking them up, and I'm trying to work and save money to get a place. My parents are helping me with the lawyers, and I couldn't ever save money because they come up, and of course, I haven't seen him for 2 weeks. I want to do stuff with him. I want to get McDonald's or just
Yeah,
and let them be kids. I don't want them to
for
just sit
sure.
around, yeah, sit around the house with me because at this point, I said my oldest was a teen dad from the whole time. Well, during the time that he's dragging the whole court case off, the kids are coming up. They've got lice in their hair. Their clothes are dirty. He's sending them up with a pillowcase full of dirty clothes, and they're saying, "Yeah, he didn't get the time to wash them," but he's down in Marana signing them up for little league, soccer, all these things that he never did before. He never went to any of their soccer stuff,
No.
and now all of a sudden, he's Mr. Dad, and just he's coaching, and it was just ridiculous. He's got the whole this little town rallying around him because he's trying to get these kids away from their crazy mom, you know. And it got to the point where he was telling them that I was the one that was abusing them, that I was the abusive one. And just the lies and the lies, and like I said, the smear campaign, it just
Yeah.
it just covered everything, even his parents. I didn't find it out till later, but I found it out from his mom, all the things that he had said over the years and everything. And I
Yeah.
I remember when she was telling me, and I was just like, well, why would she tell me this if it weren't true?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's his own mom.
Yeah.
So we're doing the every other weekend thing, and the kids are being neglected. He's making my oldest, watch them after school, cook them dinner. Meanwhile, he's also telling her all about the divorce.
Hmm.
Mom cheated on me. She doesn't want to be a mom anymore. Stuff like that. And
Yeah.
it was in her head. And it just progressively just seemed like forever. And I tried to build a court case, but it just seemed like that all the courts cared about was my behavioral health records.
Yeah.
They didn't care that I wasn't on any medication after I left him. Even though he took my children and I was under that massive darkness, I wasn't on medication. I never went back to the hospital. I mean, I was seeing a therapist, but I ended up stopping that because I was afraid that he would throw that at me at court too. And they didn't care. Nobody cared. They didn't care that the kids had lice, were coming up with lice. They didn't care that he was using the church as excuses not for them to come up for the full weekend. And, oh, well, they can't come up for uh, when they were on spring break or winter break. They can't come because they're doing this with the church. And it just, so he had the whole church and everybody behind him. And um, I, I never knew what happened to all the money that he said that he was. I still to this day don't know what happened to it all. But uh, for all I know, he was saving it all up for the lawyer all this while it was long. I don't know,
Right.
because he had everything, and he left. He argued with me about alimony, even though he kept me from working. He didn't want to pay child support. Matter of fact, he didn't even want the kids until he found out how much he was going to have to pay for child support for 3 kids.
Yeah.
And it just got so out of hand that I just felt like I was just like I'd lost control of everything in my life. And I didn't know what to do. And I just felt like I was like walking around And I used to tell everybody this. I said, I just feel like I'm walking around with like an open wound, and there's nothing I can do to to stop it from bleeding.
Yeah.
And it was arguably the worst time in my life.
Well, yeah.
But
I
at
can
this,
imagine that's
it was
terrible.
awful. It was awful. Meanwhile, he's still telling me that he loves me and he wants me back, and we can start over. He even told me at one time that I can request something someplace overseas or far away, and we can go where we're far away from our families and no one can get in the middle of our relationship, and we can totally start over where nobody knows us. And now that I'm thinking back on it, and now that I know that he is a malignant narcissist and that he's very dangerous, um, my mom always told me, she says, if you didn't leave him, you'd be dead right now. She still
Yeah.
says that to this day. She told me, and I thought she was being dramatic at first. I just thought she was being dramatic, but I was like, yeah, no, but I didn't really put that much stock into it. But then when I started reading things about malignant narcissists and the parental alienation and everything, that's when it all clicked in my head that uh, he was probably, going to get me away from my family. Nobody would know if I was gone. Nobody would know if I was missing, or
And he would start that cycle again of
yeah,
isolating you, making
yep,
you, he'd love bomb you,
yep,
isolate you, get you away, and
yep,
then he would have full control again.
yes. But he was pitching it, and at this point, I was so low that I did actually consider it, and I hated myself for considering it because at this point, I because of all the everything that was happening to me, my relationship with this new guy, you know, it was it was probably developing a little faster than it should have, but it didn't feel wrong.
Right.
It didn't feel wrong, and
And you're finally getting connection with another human that you,
yeah, and
I'm sure you needed.
I told my sister. I said when I told her that I cheated, uh, I was crying, and I told her, I said I should feel really bad about this, but I don't. And I told her, I just started crying, and I told her it was just so nice to be with somebody I wasn't scared of.
Yeah.
So, things are getting serious. I'm trying to enjoy this new relationship that is developing, but at the same time, I've got three other parts of me that are living an hour and a half away from me, and I can't go down there all the time, and I can't see them every day. And he's upsetting the children and then putting them on the phone with me, and they're crying and telling me, can you just come home? Can you just come home? And he's just torturing me like this. And it was
That's awful.
awful. And uh, he just they didn't um, they didn't take much stock in the pictures that they had of my back because he told them that I was on the phone with a guy that I cheated on, and I think that got in everybody's head, or the judge's head, and they I was sitting there in that courtroom and I was listening to everything that he was saying. He was accusing me of awful things. It's not just neglect or being sick. He's telling me that I'm saying that I've said these awful things to the kids, and that that I didn't know how to parent because of how my parents grew up and how they treated us, that I had been having this problem since I was a teenager and it probably wouldn't change, that it was a lifelong chronic condition. He even accused me of overdosing my oldest daughter. We were moving.
My goodness.
This was in Louisiana. She was a little over a year. And they moved the table and they put the box of medicine that I had, they put it on the floor, and they left with the table and a whole load, and they left, and I came out of the bathroom where I was still packing stuff up, and she's got the baby aspirin, and I went over there and I grabbed it out and I tried to pull it out of her mouth and everything, but I didn't know how much she ate. They're the little bubblegum flavored, tablets that the, kids love them. So I
Yeah.
take her to the hospital and I left a note. They showed up there at the thing and they're all like, "Oh, is she okay? Is she okay?" I mean, nobody ever said that it was something I did. That was never even, nobody ever accused me of anything back then. And he was turning this into, and I was, how am I supposed to prove that I didn't do that? Because it's like they
Right.
can throw anything at you and say all these awful things, and you got to prove that you didn't do it. He can just say it, and that stuff sticks in their heads. So I they it didn't take long. they they said that since the kids seem to be doing well and that he seems to be such an involved father and that he has a place to keep them, that he will have physical custody of the children, and I would get every other weekend and summer vacations, and we would alternate holidays.
Wow.
And I walked out of the courtroom. I was all by myself, and I walked out of there, and I was walking to my car, and he runs up behind me, and he's telling me, "Are you okay? I just want to make sure that you're okay." And I just keep on walking, and I'm like just walking as fast as I can, and he's coming up behind me. "I just want to make sure you're okay." And people are looking at me like, "Are you okay?" And I just was like, I turned around and I said, screamed at him and told me, leave me the fuck alone. I said, and then everybody looked at him. And then I realized, God, why didn't I do that more often? and, and I got in my car and I went home, and nobody could believe me. They're all like, "Did you tell them that they keep coming up with lice?" It's like every other weekend they were coming up with lice. We'd spend the whole time trying to get rid of the lice, only to send them back, and then they come back with it.
Wow.
And he's telling that she needs to make the kids ramen noodles for dinner because he's got to work late or whatever, and it's not fair. She's
Yeah. No.
she wasn't even a teenager at this point. She was like 11. And then he's telling, sharing our personal stuff, or with my oldest daughter, and telling her that, "Remember this that happened way back then? Well, that's because your mom was in the hospital. She's been in the hospital all this time, and she's, and it's been since she was a teenager." And so they I lost my oldest pretty. It didn't even take 6 months. It really didn't. It did not take much at all. And she was not coming up. And when she did come up, she'd be like fighting with everybody. I was staying with my mom at this point because it was like, well, why am I going to go find some place to live? if my mom had a big house, she's got a pool, I might as well just live here. At least the kids, I'll have some place to keep the kids. And at this point,
Yeah.
my parents are feeling awful that they suggested that this, and so they're like, stay here, stay here. They're trying to make up for it, and so I stayed there, and I just let them come up, and we would. It just came a big cycle of to just come up every weekend. We'd have a great time. Sunday would come, start packing everything up, washing their clothes so that they have clean stuff, and helping them with any last homework that they did. And then that motherfucker would come knocking at the door and trying to say, "Oh, hey, everybody, hi," and acting like there was nothing wrong, like nothing had happened. And he was always doing that, constantly. Just
Wow.
treating, like, after that incident with my mom where he got in her face and she threatened to call the cops, when I made up with my parents, he came over to my parents' house, and he's all putting his arms out to my mom and say, you know, makeup time, love you, mom, makeup time. And he's trying to give her a hug, and she just was shaking her head, like he was speaking
No
a foreign,
way.
like he was speaking a foreign language to
Yeah.
her. That's what she looked at him like. She was so bewildered. And the my oldest just kept, she would make excuses. I'm not coming up. But meanwhile, when she's down there, the other two are telling me, oh yeah, she went with dad, and they went to the movies, and they went, out with one of his friends who has a daughter her age. And so she's living it up, having this one-on-one time with her dad. Well, the other two are coming up to see me. And
Yeah.
it just, the the gap between us, just kept getting further and further apart. And the more that I would um, try to fix everything, or ask her, do you want to go talk to a counselor, because we can have the courts, I wanted the courts to see what he was doing. And but they don't consider, back then, I don't know if they do now, but they didn't consider emotional abuse. If there wasn't a bruise or a mark, or the kids saying, yeah, he hit me, there
Yeah.
there was no removing them. What, they were being neglected, and
Yeah. And I mean, it seems to be nationwide, the problem of child services anyway. Um, because, like you said, if there's sometimes, even when there are marks, and there is proof of them being hit, they are still returned to the parents, and they're still, or they're not removed, and then so often it's too late.
yeah,
The child gets seriously hurt before something happens finally.
yeah, and it's just awful. It's like I just felt like nobody was looking out for them. you know
Yeah.
I had to sit there and my watch my children being mistreated by my abuser. you
Yeah.
know they awarded my children to my abuser.
That is awful.
It
That
was.
is awful.
It's still awful. I after that, I kind of went numb, and I was just lived for every other weekend. That's that was the only thing that got me through.
Hmm.
But the guy that I was going out with, he was wonderful. He's still wonderful. I He was so supportive, and he would just tell me every time. This is one of the worst. My therapist asked me what was the worst part of the whole situation with the kids. And I told her that having to put them in the car while they're crying and hanging on to me, and they're crying and they're turning around in their seat and he's driving away with him and I'm just standing on the street all by myself. I told her that was my worst. That was the worst part of it.
That absolutely would be the worst part.
Every other weekend. And this guy started coming over when he knew that I was going to need a shoulder. And I know now that this was really, really, really crucial. And I know now that this is the reason why I'm still here today, and that I didn't kill myself because of this. Because he was there telling me, "You're such a wonderful person. You're such a wonderful mother. You don't deserve this." And he just kept saying it over and over. "You don't deserve this. You don't deserve this." And he would hold me and he would tell me, "It's going to be okay. They're going to know when they get older." And so everybody kept telling me they're going to know when they get older. So, that's what I held on to. And he started like having this Sunday night ritual where he would bring me one of my little favorite things of ice cream, or some sort of like apple pie from McDonald's, or just something that he could give me to try to make me think about something else. And he would make sure that Malcolm in the Middle was on when I came through the door, because it always made me laugh. And he would stay there, and he would listen to me, and he would listen to me cry, and he would tell me about, just reminded me of everything good that happened over the weekend, and they're going to remember this. They're going to remember having this fun with you, and he would just, I don't know what I would have done without hearing that.
Yeah.
I probably would have killed myself, or I would have went back to him.
Yeah.
And, he probably would have made it look like a suicide, or made it look like I just ran off again, and I would have just been another missing, murdered Indigenous woman that nobody's looking for, And that's exactly what would have happened. I would have just disappeared off the face of the earth. And, and people, when I tell them about this whole story and this whole ordeal, they all tell me, if he had no problem taking your children away from you, he would have had no problem making you disappear permanently.
Right.
And
I 100% believe that.
I do now. I didn't then, but that was my mom to this day. He's my husband now. On every year on his birthday, she asks him where he wants to go for lunch, or where he wants to go for dinner. And she takes all of us out, and we go out, and she celebrates. She says, "Thank you so much for saving my daughter's life." And that's what she says that to him every single year, every Christmas, every Father's Day, everything. She's always telling him that. And it really was the best decision of my life to cheat on my husband.
You know what? One thing that I've learned since I have left the church, the things that would have been totally like against the religion, huge sins,
Yes.
are the things that bring me the most joy now.
Yeah.
I know that sounds awful, but like, since having gotten a divorce, I've moved in with my girlfriend.
Yeah.
And, it's a same-sex relationship, not married. And I'm happier than I've ever been in my 40 years of my life,
Yeah.
and being able to go out, to bars and go out with friends. And I never would have done that before. I was isolated in my home, it's just,
Yeah.
and having a career. I wasn't allowed to have a career before. And it
Yeah.
brings so much fulfillment and joy. And
It
it's,
does.
yeah,
It was so good
yeah,
for my self-esteem hearing somebody say, oh, you made that, you merchandise that well, great. It's just like,
right,
yeah. And, people would ask me, they started asking me, I was the person to go to when they had questions about the department, and it,
right.
it did. It made me feel so good. And I was on my way. They were telling me, oh, you're going to be a manager before we know it. And then, my whole life gets derailed. And
Yeah,
I I didn't realize until this happened how easy it is for somebody to just destroy your life. And
absolutely.
it just,
And it was before you, it started before you even, I mean, you were a child when you guys got together,
yeah,
so you didn't even get a chance to. I think that it says that your brain isn't even fully formed till you're 26.
I believe
And
that.
so often, people are tied up in unhappy marriages or abusive relationships long before that,
Yeah.
before you even know what to do to get out of it. And
I, I
and then
had
it's too
I had
late.
no idea. I
Yeah.
didn't know how to escape. I really didn't.
Yeah.
I
And it's easier to just go with it. Just,
Yeah. I watch all these. I've been watching a lot of shows. There was one on HBO Max called Married to Evil, and I'm sitting there and I'm watching it, and they're all like, such and such, did this in this year or whatever, and uh, people never thought that he'd do it, but there were signs, and I'm like,
yeah.
they kind of focus on that signs, and then throughout the show, they're sitting there talking about, yeah, I should have seen that. That was a sign, and I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm
That
sitting
was a
there,
red flag.
yeah, and I'm like, God, I wish I knew what the heck red flags were back then, but they didn't. Nobody told us that. You know, all
Yeah.
all I grew up thinking that I was supposed to get married and have children. You know,
Yeah. That
that
was that was our purpose. Get married and have kids.
yeah, and even I wasn't even Mormon. You know, but
Yeah.
I had come from my mom stayed home with us when she could, um, but it was on and off. There was on and off where sometimes she was working, sometimes she wasn't, and but she always wanted to be home for us, and so that
Yeah.
was that was that was put in my head very very early that was a
Yeah.
good thing to do. That staying home with you was made you that's a good mom. That's
Yeah.
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 So that was
Which
embedded
really, I
too.
mean, stay being a stay-at-home mom is fantastic if that's what's best for you.
Yes.
But often it's not what's best for a person, and they need to be able to get out and have that outlet outside of the home and not be so isolated. And
Yeah. And
it's hard. I
it
think
is.
being a stay-at-home mom was the hardest thing I ever did.
It was right. I stayed home with my with those three, and it was. I think if I were older, I probably would have been able to take a little more advantage of it, and you know. But I think for how young I was, I didn't. I did a pretty good job. I'm
Yeah.
and I have to think of. It helps me if I think of the kids as like, especially my oldest. I try to remember her, before the divorce. You know,
Yeah.
I try to remember, mashing up her bananas when she was a baby and feeding it to her. I try to remember teaching, trying to get her to, get a picture of her while she was walking so I could send it home to the parents, and just all that stuff. I I think about that. I try to think about when they were little instead of
Yeah.
what happened, especially like I said with my oldest. She,
Yeah.
yeah, because the relationship never recovered,
Yeah.
and yeah,
I would like to ask a question real quick. I don't know if this is backtracking or if you didn't want to go into this or whatever, but in the story that you had submitted on our website, you said something about you had gone to your bishop when you were having issues and he gave you some not great advice.
I did forget
I
that.
wanted to see if you wanted to include that because that was very interesting.
Yes, it was the Relief Society. When we were living in Louisiana, um, they had this lesson, and they were talking about, basically how to be there, be strong for your family, and all that stuff. And I went to the Relief Society present after, and I'm probably like not even 19 years old at this time, and I told her
Yeah.
that I was scared, I was afraid of him, and
Yeah.
she she told me that I needed to I needed to pray and to be there for my husband. We're a team, and I'm basically the one that, supposed to support him, and so that he can do everything that he needs to do. When I was, uh, I was basically just, shut down.
Yeah.
And the very next Sunday,
Probably again,
yeah,
made to feel crazy.
yeah, that too. And about a week later, um, they had me working in primary. So I wasn't in a Relief Society anymore. I was in primary. And then around that same time, it was that same bishop. Um, we it was after church. My husband had said, I'm going to go see the bishop." So he went in there. I'm holding my youngest daughter. We hadn't had our son or other kids yet. I'm holding my youngest daughter on my hip, and I'm waiting, bouncing her, and I'm waiting for, him to come out. And then he comes out and he says, "The bishop wants to talk to you." And I was like, "Okay." So I hand him the baby and I walk in there all by myself. I've never been in the bishop's office before. And I walk in there and I sit down and I'm like, I didn't know what was happening. I'm all by myself. I'd never been by myself really, except for in Relief Society or primary, at the church.
Yeah.
I walked into the bishop's office and I was told to sit down. So I sat down. He was a middle-aged man, and it's the first time I was even in the bishop's office, really, that I remember, and especially without my husband. And he started asking me details about our sex life, um, very specific details. And I just started, I got really, really scared. I didn't know where he was going with it. I was, it's a middle-aged man, and I was, an 18.
Yeah, you were young and
Yes, yes, I was very young and new to the church, and I didn't understand what I was supposed to say, and I sat there just mortified. And he just kept asking about specific things and asked me flat out if we did a certain thing, and I just sat there with my mouth open, and I'm like, not even knowing what to say. And he started telling me that because he had talked to my husband before, right before this interview, he had told me that he had asked my husband these same questions, and that it was brought up that some of the things that we were doing were not, I guess, something that we should be doing, which I didn't really understand, because it's not like it was, it was just, it was our private life. It was our private life, and he just brought it out right there at the last place that I ever thought that somebody would want to know about my sex life with my husband. We're married. This is not two teenagers and me being asked, what are you doing with your boyfriend? That's absolutely no reason why he had to know these things.
Yeah. And even that, even if it was with, two teenagers with your boyfriend, that's not,
No,
it shouldn't be discussed with a middle-aged man
exactly.
alone behind closed doors. That's just, especially one that's untrained. Like, bishops are not trained. They're not certified mental health professionals. They're not anything. They're not certified therapists. They should not be behind closed doors with teenagers alone or young adults.
Yeah, they really should, because it is such a vulnerable, I mean, because this is the bishop of the church. And even though I'm a new member, I knew that, being in his office, that's a big deal. And I didn't know what he was going to say to me, but that was the absolute last thing that I thought I was going to have to explain. And I didn't even like the way he was looking at me while he was asking these questions. And I just felt so disgusting and and dirty and humiliated. And when I remember him just keep talking and talking, and it kind of like goes into like a little fog. I remember him. It was like he finished talking, and I just started to get up, and he asked, he's all like he didn't even ask me all those awful questions. He's just like, okay, well, sister, we'll see you. I get up and I'm going out of the office, and as soon as I turn my head from him, I'm just crying. And I
Yeah.
just scurried to the door, and I opened up the door, and I didn't even look at him. I just went straight for the car. And I was in the car, and I was crying, and he's buckling her in the car seat. He tells me, I said, what did you tell him? And I'm like yelling at him, what the fuck did you
Yeah.
blindside me for? And he tells me, I didn't tell the bishop about that the bishop asked him if we did that. And I was like, why would he ask if we did that? And he goes, I don't know. Maybe he was praying and knew that it was something that we did. And I was just like, and at the time I was just so upset at him and humiliated and embarrassed, and I didn't want to go back to church. I didn't want
Yeah.
to go
And
back
it
to
sounds
church.
like your husband put it on you, saying
He put
that
everything
it
on
was
me.
your fault.
Yes. Yeah, I was so young, and it just mortified me, and I didn't want to go back to church. And then
No,
and then
having a probably senior citizen man or 40-year
yeah,
old, 50-year-old man talking to a 19-year-old girl,
yes,
that's terrible.
yes. And I was shamed while I was sitting in there, and talked down to, and I uh I didn't want to go back, and I told him I wasn't going to go back. And
I wouldn't want to either.
yeah, but he did talk me into going back a couple of times, and I went, and I didn't even anybody from the bishopric. I didn't even look at any of their faces. And now
No.
that I look back at it, uh, he had me right where he wanted me. I was
Yep.
humiliated. I was degraded. I was shamed. I was walking around, staring at the floor, not looking anybody in the eye. And
Yep.
yep, and that's the exact reason why he did that. Just for the humiliation factor.
Yep.
And that's what he told me. He told me that the bishop was the one that asked him, and that. But it was awful. I didn't want to go back.
No.
We ended up After that happened. It was probably about 3 months later. We were on a waiting list for post housing. It's like
Mm-hmm.
on based housing. Um, we were on a waiting list, and thank God, two about 2 months later, they said, "You're up. We have an apartment for you." And I just packed up, and we went up there, and We started in another ward, but I just went back a couple of times and then I didn't go. I told him I wasn't going back to that ward. I was not going.
No.
So yeah, that was my first conversation with the bishop.
Wow.
Yeah.
What an experience.
Oh God. I tell you, he just it, I think back on it and I'm like, I even tell my husband this. I'm like, does it just sound like it's just too hard to believe? Does it just sound like it's I'm making it up, or does it sound like it's a Lifetime movie or something? It just doesn't. I still sit around and I'm like, sometimes I still can't wrap my head around it, you know,
Yeah.
and especially since I now know that he probably never loved me.
Yeah.
He was probably using me the whole time to make himself feel better about himself. And,
Which is what narcissists do.
yes, somebody to use. And when I wouldn't cooperate and, when I was combative, uh, I was, uh, I was discarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thrown away. And it's funny because I read all about narcissists and I would skip over that discard part because I was like, well, I'm the one that left him. But once I finally did read that, um, I was like, that's what he did. It was just with the kids, but
Yeah.
he basically threw me out of the family that I created.
Yeah. And they'll often try to get control any way they can. And the moment he couldn't control you anymore, he could control you through your kids.
Yes,
And that's awful.
it is.
Ugh, I am so sorry.
He's a horrible person. I refer to him as a monster, and I think
Well, yeah.
that's putting it delicately.
Yeah.
There's
So, do you have any kind of relationship with those three kids now, or?
um I I know where they live. Um, my Throughout the years, they would drop in and out of my lives.
Mm-hmm.
Um, my youngest, she started probably about when she was 11. She just periodically started like call me out of nowhere. She'd fly here, come here, and then she'd go home, and then I wouldn't hear from her for months, sometimes even years. And
Yeah.
this went on with all three of them throughout the
Yeah.
years. And I lost contact with my oldest. God, it's got to be like over 20 years now, and it's horrible. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, it sounds like he completely poisoned her against you.
yeah, yeah. He did, and he did the same thing. I didn't realize it, but my mom was telling me that when the incident happened at her house, that he went to my oldest daughter and told her, "Do you see how Grandma's acting? Grandma doesn't know how to talk about things. She doesn't know how to communicate with people. She has no communication skills. Don't be like Grandma." And I'm sitting here thinking, well, that's probably what he's been saying all these years to my kids. Don't be like your mom. She's messed up. She doesn't have, she doesn't have her own home. She doesn't have, all her cars are old. Just like I can just imagine everything that has been said, my about me all these years to make them. And I didn't know what he was telling people. I would go down to Tucson and try to participate, like show up at their games and things like that. And people would come up to me and they'd be like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And they'd be talking and we'd be hitting it off, and everything. He would come over and basically just whisper something in their ear and then they would totally look at me different. And I never knew what it was up until about 8 months ago. I read on um, one of the websites about how to get your name off out of the church.
Yeah.
So I thought, I think this will be very therapeutic to me. So
For sure.
I go through the thing. You have to contact the bishop, and ask him, hey, transfer my records. So he goes, and I said, well, I haven't been to church in since 1996. I told him, and he said, oh, that's fine. I just want to transfer your records over here. So he transferred my records, and then I get an email from him, and he tells me, did you know you're not listed as a member anymore? You've been non-enrolled.
Yeah.
That fucker had me excommunicated back
Oh my
in,
gosh.
and it was back in 1996 when I stopped going to church and I started working on the weekends and everything like that. I was excommunicated. So that's what he's been whispering in everybody's ears all these years, that I was just like, what is he saying that just makes people, you know, click
Shut
and
down.
yeah,
Yeah.
and just totally turn their, because it just totally turned people's expressions on their face, the way they looked at me. They wouldn't come up and say hi to me anymore. It's just, and every single, at the schools, at the, at when I try to take them to like the kids' parties, just any kind of event. It was just awful. It's like he had the whole town. I couldn't go anywhere down there with my kids without somebody giving me the side eye or making some sort of, comment. I even had a teacher tell me, I'm standing there with my ex-husband and my daughter, and she points to my daughter. She goes, I know you. And then she points at my ex-husband, I know you. And then she looks at me and says, I don't know you. And
Wow.
this was supposed to be a parent teacher conference. This
Yeah.
was supposed to be a parent teacher conference. So there was no um, treating me like or being what do they call that when you're like indifferent, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, just being, without treating people like they've done something wrong when they have,
Yeah.
nobody knew the story. They just knew what he said.
Wow. That's awful.
It was when me we would go like to summers. My husband now, he was actually the first one to take us all to Disneyland. So during the summer times, I mean, it was like nonstop. We just we just spoiled the kids rotten while they were here. It's like, well, just who cares anymore? It's not gonna, like, what are they gonna, it doesn't matter
Right.
anymore. So we just started spoiling them, taking them to on vacations. We took them to Disney World or Disneyland. We took them to Legoland, SeaWorld, just all these places, and
Yeah.
that went on for a couple of years, and we just did the best we could. And me and my husband knew that we wanted to be together and we wanted to get married. And um, I had always wanted 4 kids, and it made it especially important to me that I want to try to have another baby.
Yeah.
So we didn't get married before, but we did start trying to have a baby. And immediately after the divorce, I mean, we had been separated, and he'd been dragging on the court battle and everything. So we were separated for a long time before the divorce was finally final. But when the divorce was final, it wasn't even, I would say, 6 weeks at the most, he was getting married again.
Wow.
And he married a girl that was in that town, and he moved in with her, and the two of them started teaming up on me. And it was just, it was another couple of years of just, I would call down there, leave a message on the answering machine, and the kids wouldn't get it. I'd write letters, the kids didn't get it. Send cards, care packages. I mean, yeah, it's just 90 minutes away, but I felt like that was the only connection. It's like I saw this
Yeah.
at the store, and I bought it, and I just kept them in a box, and I would just send it to periodically with a nice letter, just to try to feel like I was a part of their lives still. And they would, the two of them, between the two of them, it was just, she was bad mouthing me, and then he was bad mouthing me. So the kids would come up and they'd be like, asking me questions like, "Where did you meet Mike?" And just stuff like that. And I'm like, "Okay, well, this is what we're gonna do now." So I was just honest with them. I told them,
Yeah.
I just was totally honest with them. Yeah, we're me and Mike we're together, and we're going to have a kid, and they were totally happy with that. The
Yeah.
two youngest ones, anyways, the two youngest ones. And I did get pregnant, but then shortly, it was my first appointment, and I got there, and I went to do the ultrasound, and they couldn't find a heartbeat, and I ended up miscarrying.
Oh, that's awful.
It was so horrible. I felt like God was punishing me.
Yeah.
I felt like I was just the worst. Maybe I don't deserve children. That's what I started thinking. And
Gosh.
um but when I went down there, I'd already told it was at a soccer game, and I had told some of the other people there, that the people that would talk to me, that I was pregnant again, and they were all happy, telling me, "It's so wonderful, I'm so happy for you." And um when I went and told them that, when I went down for the game and I said that I had had a miscarriage, my my ex, he kind of made a smirk and a little like noise like that, and
Yeah.
I had turned around and I just looked at him, and I was shaking my head, and he just looked at me and goes, "Oh, sorry, there was something in my nose." And then he
Oh, yeah.
walked off,
Okay.
and I was like, I'm not why did I even tell him that? That's what I was thinking to myself. Why you walked right into that one? That's what I was telling myself. And shortly after that, I found out I was pregnant again, and he was born in 2000.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it was really it was nice having a baby, but it triggered a lot of stuff from losing the other three.
Yeah.
And but I was content that I did have it. I just tried to focus and say that I have this baby here. Yeah, I don't have the other three, but this one's here, and I'm I hardly ever put him down. I was so
Yeah.
I was so just connected, to that child. And about when he was probably about 4 or 5 months old, um, I went down to the end of the year soccer party for my oldest daughter, because I was I just kept showing up to these things. The coach's wife, she liked me. I think she saw what he was doing, that he was forcing his kids to play these sports even though they didn't want to play. And
Yeah.
I even told her, well, he's just involving them in all these sports because that way there's some, but that way he doesn't have to parent them. That's what I told her. And she was like,
Yeah.
yeah, she said that sounds accurate from the behavior I've been seeing. That's what she told me. And so she was giving, even though they weren't passing the messages, like the game, we would be showing up at the wrong soccer field because it changed at the last minute, and they wouldn't tell us. And just little games like that. It was just awful. Just,
Yeah.
a game would be canceled, and I'd show up at the field and there'd be nobody there. And
Yeah.
it was just nonstop games, games, games. But when I was at the soccer party, uh, again, my daughter, I would show up at these things and she wouldn't even talk to me. She would like
That's awful.
walk right by me, not even look at
Yeah.
me. And she would purposely say, "Oh, hi, Dad," and she'd go run and jump into his arms and stuff like that. And just really rubbed my nose into it. And
Yeah.
now I realize that she kind of has like a lot of the same behavior as her dad. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's. But at the soccer party, we're all sitting around the pool. my son needs to be changed. So I go into the house, and I was there by myself, with just me and my son. And I hear I'm changing his diaper, and I hear the door open and close. And I was like, so I can I know how he walks. I
Yeah.
know how my ex walks. I know what that sounds like. And he came up behind me, and I just went ahead and got, hurry up, change the diaper, hurry up, change the diaper. And he came in, and I picked up the baby, and he starts coming around one side of the living room furniture, and he's telling me, you came down here with this baby. Am I supposed to just watch you holding some other man's baby? And he's like walking around with me, and I'm like, and I'm like holding, and I'm walking the other way, and I'm like, where's my purse? Where's my purse? And all I had
All
was
right.
the diaper bag. Thank God I had my keys in it. So I was gonna go for the diaper bag, and he pushed me up against the wall, just like he always did before. Starts yelling and screaming at me, calling me names, and telling me that, the same thing that he was saying earlier. Am I supposed to sit here and watch you with someone else's baby? And he's yelling and yelling, screaming at me. And I could feel his spit hitting my face as he's yelling and yelling. My baby's in between us, and he's just screaming. And
Yeah.
he's pushing up against me. So he's smashing the baby in between us while he's yelling and screaming at me. And I think he realized what he was doing or something. I don't know. But he kind of like backed up a little bit, and I took off. I grabbed the diaper bag. I went into the car. I just put my son on the seat beside me. I didn't even buckle him in. I just put him on the seat,
Yeah.
started the car. He ran out the door, and he's standing in front of my car like he's going to stop me from driving out of this driveway, this dirt driveway. And I just stepped on the gas, and I went straight for him. He jumped out of the way at the last minute. I looked at him in my rearview mirror, and he was like punching his fists, like, God damn it, what did I do? Kind of thing. And there was the dirt cloud just covered him completely. And I went to Circle K, and called I called my now husband, and told him what happened, and he was furious. He wanted to come down, and I told him no, because I knew that he would just, what would have happened is he would have confronted my ex, and my
Yeah.
ex would have called the cops, and then he would have said, he's violent. He can't see the kids anymore. He's not allowed to
Yeah.
be around my kids. I knew that was exactly what he would do, and I told him that I know that's what he's going to do, and he's like, ah. So he was so mad, and he
Yeah.
was like, all right, go to the cops, go to the cops. I told him, I said, I don't even have my purse. My purse is still at the soccer party. I realized that I hadn't even grabbed my purse. I just happened to have the keys in the diaper bag.
Yeah.
So I went to the sheriff's office, and they went to the soccer party, picked up my purse, talked to him, talked to the coach and his wife, and brought my purse back to me, had me fill out the report and everything, and told me that, he said, oh, she's, what did he say? She overreacts. She overreacts to things. I just wanted to talk to her, and she just flew off the handle and overreacted and drove off in the car. I was trying to calm her down when she, almost hit me with the car. And yeah.
Wow.
And my daughter uh, got was asked to not to return to the soccer team that next year,
Wow.
and I was blamed for that. It's because your mom overreacted and called the police. That's why you can't play soccer with them anymore.
It's mom's fault,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah, just like everything else. But um, it was weird because I went home and I was so shaken, even more than I used to be when he
Yeah.
did worse things. And uh, I think the reason why that it affected me so much was because I thought I was safe.
Yeah.
I thought I got away. I thought he couldn't hurt me again.
And then to be put in that situation again.
Yeah, the second that I come down there by myself, and after that, I really felt like I had to have somebody with me when I went down there.
Yeah.
And so my mom started coming down with me, my sister, my now husband. He at the time he was he was so angry, and I really did not blame him, but
No.
we were just stuck. There was absolutely nothing we could do besides filing the report. There was nothing else we could do because he would have done it. He would have been just a baby and called the police, and instead of manning up and, and admitting
Yeah.
that he did something wrong and that there was no apology. He told me
No.
that he started a new medication and it was probably one of the side effects.
Yeah.
So I knew I was never getting any validation or anything from him, and I just kept trying to hang on with the kids, but it was so hard for me to look at him and to be around him after that because I thought I got away.
Yeah.
And so every time I got around him, I just like my heart would stop pounding and I'd just be like, you know, biting my lips and, just wanting to get out of there.
Yeah.
Can I just get my kids and leave? That's all I want to do.
Yeah.
Now I guess my niece, she came to visit. She told me nowadays you can pick up if it's a high conflict divorce, you can pick up your kids from the police department.
Huh.
And and it's funny because she said it at the dinner table, and when she was visiting, and everybody was like, "Oh, that's so sad that you have to do that." And I said, "Man, I wish I had that option."
Right.
I would have never had to see his, face at all, and
Right.
but I would have still had wanted to see their soccer games. I still would have wanted to go to their schools,
For sure.
and
Yeah.
I got pushed out of their lives, and I just kept trying to do the back and forth and back and forth, and I uh, I ended up I got another job. It was working for I was a school bus driver. I was actually a school bus
Uh-huh.
driver for 16 years, but
That's great.
I loved it. I I started the job, and was really excited and was telling everybody, yeah, I'm going to have summers off. I'm going to have the same breaks that they have off. It was like the perfect job. I was going to be off for the summers when my kids were supposed to come up.
Yeah.
And later on, I found out that one of my son told me that his wife, that his stepmom had said that oh, she's working for the school district. I think they'd be pretty interested to know that she lost custody of her children
Wow.
at this job that I just got.
Yeah.
And I called his dad and I told him, you left me with nothing. This is the best paying job that I've been able to find. Don't you mess this up for me. I told him,
Right.
I said, I'll take you back to court. That's at that point I was just like, I'll take you back to court. And he he said that he didn't have anything to do with it, that she was the one that, oh, I'll talk to her and all this stuff. And yeah, she doesn't like you. And no, it was him. But it was just stuff like that,
Yeah.
just the mess, the games, the mind games, and just trying to put a fright in me and keep control of my emotions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
keep
Keep you
control of
under
my,
his control.
yes. And I during that time we ended up having another baby. It's my youngest, and it was a nice time. when I was pregnant. I was driving the bus, and and we were looking forward to having two boys now, and I just felt like I was starting to get some of my life back. And shortly after I had we my my his dad got laid off, and when I had the baby, I couldn't go to work for 6 weeks, and in that time, we lost our apartment,
Oh, that's awful.
and we ended up in a homeless shelter in downtown Phoenix. It was the worst place I have ever been in my life. But we ended up here, and I'm working at Sears, that was right around the corner from the shelter, and my ex shows up out of nowhere, just shows up at my work, and he tells me that he made a mistake at work, and that he was getting fired, and he had to find another job, but the only place that would hire him was in Colorado.
Wow.
And I'm standing in the alley with him when he's telling me this, all by myself, with just me and him. There's no cars. This is where, we all take our breaks. And I'm talking to him, and I'm thinking to myself, there's absolutely no place that I can go. No, nobody around here. So I just shook my head and I listened to him. And then he just walked off. And I went back inside, and I had to finish the day. And I remember just, I was totally numb. I didn't cry. I was just like blank.
Yeah.
And I went back to the shelter, and um, I told my boyfriend and the people at the shelter what he did and what was happening, and that he was taking them to Colorado. And I said, "There's nothing I can do about it. What am I going to do from in here?" And they told me
Yeah.
that we could see if we could find a pro bono lawyer. We could. They just had all these suggestions and everything, and I was just shaking my head like, "No, this is it." He always gets away with things, and I just kept saying that. He just always gets away with things. And he moved him up to Colorado. Once he got him up there, of course, the no every other weekend anymore.
No.
No vacations. No like I said, this was an age before cell phones and Zoom or anything like that, and they just drifted off. And I was
Yeah.
in that awful place for a year, and there I was, two little kids in a homeless shelter. And I couldn't even talk to my kids.
Wow.
And it was after that, it was just like I said earlier. I would hear from them for a little while. There'd be the back and forth, whether it was text messages or phones. I bought I bought my youngest her first cell phone just so I could have just so I could text message with her.
Yeah.
But it was just years of just trying to hold on to what little I had, and it just kept going further and further and further away. And there, I went through when we finally did get a place to live, and I started driving the bus again because we were logistically we were closer. I was able to do it again, and I fought my way through the school year, but I kept to myself. Didn't really talk to anybody at work. Just get my keys, go to my bus, leave, come back, clock out, and then go home. And I didn't talk to anybody. I just kept to myself. I didn't even want to associate with anybody. And when summer came along, my kids were going to be home with my boys were going to be home with me, and um, I was excited about spending the summer with them. But when summer came and my other kids weren't around, I started drinking, and I isolated myself. I remember we would only leave the house to go to Blockbuster or to the grocery store. I didn't want to even deal with anybody else. We lived in an apartment, and I went to the pool like super early in the morning when no one was there, just because I didn't even want to talk to people. And I shut myself in, and I did that for the whole summer. As soon as the school year ended, it just all happened again. The second that I was home in the summertime, sorrow, memories, all the vacations we took, everything was just that I couldn't escape it. Even swimming in the pool in the morning with my kids was making me think of when we would go swimming all the time.
Yeah.
And it was so hard.
Yeah.
But
It's really hard to grieve for someone that's still alive.
It is.
And
And
that grief just doesn't go away. It's hard.
it never did. It's still here. It's still here to
Yeah.
this day. It was 1996 when we separated,
Yeah.
and then 2006 came around, and I was like, it just blew me away. I remember like, oh my God, it's been 10 years.
Yeah.
And here I am. I'm still sad about this, and I'm still crying about it, and at times, still feeling suicidal.
Yeah.
And the anxiety, the depression. I don't know how many times as soon as I got the kids, dropped off the kids at their school in my school bus, I would just go back and I would just start crying right there on my school bus. And it just never got easier. It just kept that. It never got easier. To this day, I still cry about it. I still cry about it. It won't go away.
Situation.
Yeah. But that's not all. 2000 2006 started wonderfully.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, let me go back. The year at the end of the year before, I had found out that I found out my daughter was pregnant, my oldest, and I was really excited. She called me and said that, yeah, I found out I was pregnant. I broke up with the guy, but I'm gonna raise the baby myself. And I was so excited. I was like, we're gonna have something in common. I'm getting my daughter back, and I was just, I was telling everybody that I was gonna be a grandma, and I felt like I was getting everything back. And so me and my mom were thinking, well, she's gonna be a single mom. We're gonna make sure she has everything she needs. Diapers. I put a crib on layaway. Strollers, changing tables, every little brand new gadget that we didn't get to buy for the other kids, we were buying it. And we went crazy, and we just bought everything, clothes. And that child probably had everything it would have needed for the first year of its life.
Yeah.
So we've got stuff at my mom's house stacked up, and we've got stuff at my house, and I got the crib on layaway. And 2 weeks before before her due date, she calls me, and I'm sitting at a McDonald's playland with my boys, and she tells me that that her and her dad picked a family that the baby was going to go to 2 weeks before. And she tells me the baby's breech and it hasn't turned, so they're scheduling a C-section. And she gave me the date and told me that the adoptive parents will be there if you want to meet them. And I was sitting at the playland just thinking to myself, what did I do?
Yeah.
Why? I was sitting there crying, and I was just thinking to myself, I am not a horrible person. I'm a good person. I have a good heart. I always try to help people. I always try to think the best in people. And I was just like, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. And I went home and I was crying so hard. And my now husband had he was just like shaking his head like, she can't do this. She can't do this, right? And we were both the same way. And then I had to call my mom and tell her. And my mom just was crying. She's like, why would he give away her baby? Why is he giving away babies? She says, did you tell them that we'll take the baby and she's going on? And I was like, I told her all that. I told her, I said, I would raise the baby and I would give the baby back to her. We can have it in writing. That's what I told her. And I was begging her not to do it. And I had to tell my mom that. And my mom said that this whole situation, you losing your kids, she says, it makes me think of my mom, which would be my grandma. And she says that, when they were taken, when the government came and they took 3 of her children and took them, the ones that were old enough, to the boarding schools. And my mom said that she kind of compared it to a curse, because the way she said it, she's like, I don't know why history keeps repeating itself.
Yeah.
And she didn't understand, and I didn't understand, and we had 2 weeks to pull ourselves together so that we could be down at the hospital when the baby was born, because I had to see my grandchild, and I just felt like I really had to be there. I didn't want to be there. That was the last place I wanted to be. But we planned to go down there, and I had to go and cancel the layaway for the crib. And they were telling me that they weren't going to give me my money back, that it would have to be store credit. And I had a meltdown. And I started crying and telling them, you have to take this crib back. I can't have it. I can't take it home. And I just started crying and telling them, I can't have it there. I can't have it there. And I said, the baby's not coming home. That's just what I said. And they immediately he went and got a manager, and they gave me all my money back. But I left the store and I was just, I was like out loud crying as I'm
Yeah.
walking out the store. And the rest of the stuff, I just donated it because I couldn't try to take any of it back.
Yeah.
But I told my mom she didn't have to go with me. That that my now husband said that he would go with me, and she said no. I have to go with you. I have to see the baby too. So together we drove down there. My ex-husband's there with his wife, and we walk into the room, and everybody's, "Hey, how's it going?" We're having some sort of fucking family reunion or something. And I see his father-in-law, and I hadn't seen him, or my father-in-law, I hadn't seen him in years, almost 10
Yeah.
years by now. And because I never saw him when they came back. And when they came back from out of state and found out that their house had been auctioned off, they had to live in a trailer park in a tiny, it wasn't even like a double wide or anything. It was a tiny little trailer with actual wheels and everything in downtown Tempe for probably about 2 years before they were finally able to get another house.
Wow.
And that's what that's what he does. He does it to all the people that he just hurts the people that care about him.
Yeah.
We went to the hospital, and I saw my father-in-law, and I went and just trying to ignore everybody else. And I walked over to him, and he says, as I'm walking over to him, he goes, "Hey, it's my favorite daughter-in-law." He tells me with his, with his new wife standing right there, and the two of them, she storms out, and my ex follows him, and I looked at him, and I just shook my head, and I said, "You're terrible," and he goes, "I was getting tired of listening to them anyways," and then he tells me, "I know that you had absolutely nothing to do with this, did you?" And I said, "I had absolutely nothing. I just found
Yeah.
out 2 weeks ago." And he goes, "Yeah, that's about when I found out." And then him and my mom, they start crying, and they're hugging each other and talking to each other. And my daughter is sitting in the bed, and she's just looking at us like she was angry that we were crying about it.
Yeah.
And I didn't get it. I don't know if that's the way they tell them to behave, or I, I don't. All I could think of was I just didn't want to think about what he had possibly done or told her that would have made her give up her baby,
Right.
her first baby,
Right.
his first grandchild. This is our first
Yeah.
grandchild, and he's turning the child over to some family in Utah, and it's supposed to be an open adoption. So information. I give them my information, and then she hands me a sheet of paper with all this information on it, addresses, email addresses. She says she'll send me pictures and all this stuff. And as she walks away, his uh, his new wife says something into her ear, and she comes over and takes the paper out of my hand and tells me, "I wrote down the wrong information. Let me give you this other thing." And she wrote me another piece of paper with totally different information on it. And I think I received 2 letters. The last picture I ever saw of her was when she was 2.
Wow.
And I hear now that you can I don't know if me as a grandparent can put my name out there and say, hey, if she's looking for family, I'm here. I don't know if I can do that, but I uh, I would be open to doing that because um, I'd really, but I'm not holding up any hope.
Yeah.
It was I had thought that everything else was the worst experience of my life at that point. But I don't think having to see my granddaughter and know that she was going to another family, it just, it didn't make me depressed as much as when my 3 kids were taken from me, but it made me feel almost ashamed that my daughter would do this because she wasn't a child. She was in her 20s at this point. And we had to watch, I had to talk to her and try to give her a hug and tell her that I loved her. And she went into the operating room and we sat out in the waiting room, and everybody, there's so many groups of all these people, and everybody's got gifts and balloons and baskets and just signs, and the whole families are all around us, and every time that door opens everybody's looking at it excited, and then they say somebody's name and then everybody cheers, and I just was watching that happen over and over again to all these people that were going to get to enjoy their children and grandchildren.
Yeah. Yeah.
And me and my mom sat there, and we were off to ourselves. We didn't sit with everybody else because, like I said, they were treating it like it was like they were standing in the hallway at church talking. That's
Yeah.
how it was, like just such a transaction. And she was spending the night in the hospital. I saw the baby um, when the baby was in the nursery, and it was getting late, so me and my mom left, and I was coming back the next morning um, when I could see the baby, and I the next day my mom said she couldn't go. She said she couldn't do it, so I drove
Yeah.
down there by myself, and when I found out she wasn't going, I left extra early. I think I left 2 hours before I said I was going to, and I got there and there was nobody else there. My daughter was still eating her breakfast, and the baby was there. And I picked up the baby and I just held the baby and I got a picture of the baby. I got a picture of the baby with me. And I talked to her, and I looked at her, and she just looked, she didn't look like a person who wanted to give her baby away.
Yeah.
She really didn't. And she said she wanted to go take a shower. And she kind of just blew off when I asked her. I said, are you sure you want to do this? And she just kind of blew me off and said she was going to go take a shower. Can I watch the baby? Absolutely. She's in the shower. It's January, and I've got a big jacket on. Baby's 6 pounds. And I'm playing around with the idea of running out of the doors with the baby. I'm actually like putting in my head saying, yeah, all I have to do is head to, this was always a joke with the kids. And I would tell the kids, and they'd say, oh, we're going on a trip. And they'd say, oh, where are we going? And I'd say, oh, Canada, it would just be a joke. But that's what I was thinking. I was like, my husband can just meet me with the boys in Canada and we can raise this baby. That's what I was going to, I actually played around with that. But then I sat there and common sense was telling me how far am I going to get to go? I'm not going to get very far. There's,
Yeah.
the unit is, they're watching everybody. So I sat there and when she got out of while she was in the shower, they brought in clothes to change her. And I was able to get a rag and like wipe off her face and kind of give her like a little sponge bath. And I changed her clothes and put her in a clean diaper. And I took the blanket that she was wrapped up in and I stuffed that in my purse. And I took the blanket that they gave me and I wrapped her up in that one. And I held her. And my daughter came out of the shower and she was talking to me and she was just, what was I like when I was this little? And it was just like I said, it just didn't, it just all felt wrong.
Yeah.
And I sat there and just spent time with her and talked to her. And I found out that my ex and his wife would be there in about an hour. So about half an hour before they came, I said goodbye to the baby, handed the baby back to my daughter, and I left the hospital. And I got in my car because I knew that he was coming. So I got in my car and I drove around the corner and I just sat there and I just cried and cried and cried and cried and cried. I didn't know what to do. I just couldn't stop crying. I couldn't stop. And I was like, how am I going to drive all the way back from Tucson to Phoenix with, and I'm crying and I'm shaking.
Yeah.
And I hear people say this a lot, but I told the baby that to come find me when she gets big. And I went home. I finally got myself together and I went home. And I didn't go back to work for 2 weeks. I couldn't go. I couldn't leave it. I couldn't leave the house. It was the same thing. I just the isolation and the crying and the despair and the darkness. And I just felt like, how could my daughter do this? How could he do this? How, just all the questions. Why is he doing this? Why couldn't I just, is this because I was looking forward to it? Is this because I said that I was going to have them in the summer and I was going to be, did he think that he was like, I was just going to go away when they went to Colorado? I think that's what he thought, because nothing he did afterwards, after he left, was nothing had to do, was in the best interest of the kids or nothing. It was just all for him. And I to this day, I can't believe they gave that baby away.
Yeah.
And then she goes off, I get a letter and they tell me that they changed her name from the name that my daughter gave her. And I just felt like I was mad. I was like, they changed her name like a dog. That's how I felt. I felt like they changed her name like a dog. And because she was going to a white family, my sister and my mom were very upset. They were trying to find like tribal lawyers that would say, hey, this child can't go anywhere. It's, it was really hard for me because I was like, she's feeling bad. She's feeling bad for telling me to send my kids away, and I'm feeling awful that my whole family is going through this because of this guy that I brought home.
Yeah.
And he's torturing everybody in my family, He was in fights with my sister, he was in fights with my mom, just everybody. He was just fighting. He was just awful, and especially after everything that my mom did for him at the beginning, and she was feeling so betrayed. She's like, I fed him, I clothed him, when his parents left him behind, and I was there for him. And she's right. She's absolutely
Yeah.
right. She did all that for him, and he didn't. He never cared about any of us at all.
Yeah.
I don't think he thought of us as people. You mentioned assimilation earlier, and between the government punishing my parents for speaking Navajo and my ex keeping my kids away from me and my family, everything that could have been passed down from me to them is gone. It's all stopped. My grandchildren are out there, and they know nothing about where they come from because of him. And I got to thinking, when I joined him in Louisiana when our oldest was a baby, I met the people that he had made friends with, and everybody threw around the N word like it was nothing, and I hated it. And I told him that, and he just said, well, that's just how it is here in the South. And I didn't want to be around these people. I didn't want my daughter around this climate, and I didn't understand why he insisted on hanging around with these people when there's people from Florida, New York, Oregon, California, but he wanted to hang around with the racists. And now thinking back on it, really makes me wonder. And my mom also reminded me of there was one time I was really angry because he kept referring to me as his squaw. And I asked him not to call me that because it's derogatory and it's demeaning. And, he continued, of course. He said I was being, oversensitive. It took my mom yelling at him to get him to stop. But I don't think he ever stopped referring to me as his squaw behind my back. Because there was always that, disrespect to me, to my family. I bet he never screamed at his current mother-in-law, the way he screamed at mine. And I don't think he was as violent with his current wife as he was with me. But looks can be deceiving. And talking with my parents about all this, and I talked to my dad, and my dad said that it sounds like that he used the same kind of tactics that they used in boarding school to break us down. That's what my dad told me. And my dad said, quote unquote, I think he was trying to beat the Indian out of you. And now that I'm not in total denial anymore about all this stuff that's happened, I know now that he never thought of me and my family as people. It's just really sad because, these kids are suffering and they're not going to know anything about who they are or where they came from. Like I said, everything that could have been passed down has just stopped. But yeah, it was like his own form of assimilation. And so after that, she started. She told me she had found she'd found a mole on her face, and they said it was skin cancer. She told me that she was going to a support group for people with cancer because it's stressful. It wasn't. She was actually going to a therapy group to try to get back to normal. And I wish I had done that back then. I didn't. Like I said, I was still so afraid of. I was afraid of him about that being thrown back at me again. So
Yeah.
I never sought therapy until just a few years ago. And I wish I'd done it back then because I could have had so much of my boy's childhood that I would have been able to enjoy more.
For sure.
Because right now, my sons that I have now, they're grown, but they have anxiety, they have depression. I know I did that to them. I know I'm the one because I went right as soon as COVID hit and we're all in the house and my son's upset because he can't go talk to his friends and he can't go see anybody and he's stuck in the house all the time. Um, that was that's when I realized that I was the one that did that to him. That's what I did. I showed them how to do it. I locked myself up when he gave my granddaughter away, and when he took my kids off to Colorado every summer. And and I taught them that, and I'm trying to get them help now. But you know, it just goes. It's like a ripple effect. It just keeps going and going and
It
going.
is.
And
Yeah.
my poor boys. Just recently, my youngest told me when I started telling them that I was going to go to therapy to try to get over losing my children. My older son says, "Yeah, I always wondered what happened there." And then my younger son says, "Oh, well, I just figured they didn't think of us as their real brothers. That's what they thought all this time.
Wow.
That they didn't think because the two of them, him and his new wife, they had another kid. So they're off with my three kids and her, now they have a kid together and she's got a daughter. So they're all, in Colorado, living with my family.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it wasn't just the kids, it was my grandchild, the abuse. I the adoption just threw me for a loop. I was the same way as my mom. I didn't want to tell anybody at work. But then everybody
Yeah.
started asking me because I'd been going around saying, I'm going to be grandma, I'm going to be grandma.
Yeah.
And I had to tell them that she gave the baby up for adoption. I didn't want her to, but she gave the baby up. I said I'd raise it. I kept telling everybody, and they're all like, well, how old is she? And I said, 20.
Yeah.
And they were just blown away. Why is she giving away the baby? That didn't. And I was like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me either, and that's what
Yeah.
made me feel like when everybody started reacting that way, shocked and bewildered and kind of angry for me. That's when I was like, this. I have every right to feel the way I feel.
You do.
I
You
was
do.
I was angry, and I hated him. I never wanted to see him again. Um, and I didn't talk to him whenever he would call. I quit answering my phone, even though he could have been calling me to tell me something happened to my kids, and I wasn't answering the phone. I
Yeah.
couldn't. I couldn't. I couldn't even hear his voice. I didn't even
Yeah.
want to hear his name. I did not even want to hear his name.
That's understandable. And it's interesting what you had said about your sons, having the anxiety and depression and how it's like a cycle, and it is,
Yeah.
and it really is, and it's good that you've sought out therapy and that you're helping them get therapy, because that's where you become the cycle breaker, and you become the healing link within the cycle. So hopefully, as things go on, that gets better. So that's good.
Well, it has been getting better. Just the last this past year. This past year has been the first time where I wasn't blaming myself. I wasn't telling myself that I'm a horrible mother, that's why I don't have my kids. I'm not feeling shame because I don't have my children. I I made up I you know, I I tried to tell people at the beginning that my kids didn't live with me, but all I ever got was judgment. So I made up a story, and especially since I worked for the school system that drove these kids around, I had to find a place that was a fake address that was close to where I live, where I could pretend that was my house and it wasn't the little two-bedroom apartment that I was actually living in with my two kids and my husband. It just it I didn't, but I couldn't pretend that I didn't have kids. I
Yeah.
couldn't say these are my two boys and that's it. I couldn't do that.
No.
But at the same time I couldn't tell people because I, I got whispers, I got judgments. I was ashamed. And it wasn't my shame. It was not my
No.
shame.
It wasn't. And that's awful when that happens. But it's understandable that you were feeling that way.
Yeah.
But it's good that you're coming to realize now that none of it was your fault
Yeah.
and you are not to blame. And that shame and that guilt you don't have to carry anymore because it was never yours in the first place. So,
Yeah. And I know that now, but I'm looking back on all these years where, I was depressed, I was sad. A lot of it, when I was preparing for this, I was trying to make a timeline. And I had to ask people. I had to ask my mom what year my my granddaughter, what year was that adoption? I couldn't
yeah.
remember because it's like
Yeah.
that whole block of my life is just jumbled up with, and I never dealt with. I was so busy just trying to get through day by day. I never even dealt with the abuse from the marriage. I never even talked about what happened before then.
Yeah.
Wasn't even thinking about that. I was just stuffed all that away, and here I am just going through hell and just trying to get through day by day.
Yeah.
And I'm drinking more, I'm gaining weight, and then about, I think it was a year afterwards, I finally started like opening up to people and stuff like that. And everybody told me at work, "Oh, we thought you just needed a little time. Yeah, you weren't talking to anybody, and you look really sad and depressed. But we just backed off so that you give you a little space." And I'm thinking, space was the last thing I needed. I needed
Right.
somebody. I needed somebody to
Right.
tell me that I don't know, just somebody to tell me that I was going to survive this.
For sure.
Because my grandmother lost her children and to the boarding schools. So this whole time, that's what got me through. It was like, my grandma survived this. I can survive
Yeah.
this too. That and every time I felt suicidal, I was just like, I'm not gonna let that fucker win. I'm not
No.
gonna let that son of a bitch win. And
No.
that's what I told myself every time.
Yep. Live for spite.
Yeah, exactly. And
I love it.
I heard on Oprah one day when I was at home that what did she say? The best revenge is living well.
Yeah.
So I forced myself to get out. I started exercising. I started trying to take the kids to the park and do stuff like normal people do. And I started I joined a gym, and I just said, I'm just going to focus on these two. I'm just going to focus
Yeah.
on what's in front of me because I don't even know what to do with all that. I just didn't know what to do. But
Yeah.
so I start going to the gym. I found I found running.
That's
I
awesome.
it was so about 2009. I I ran my first 5K with a friend at work,
That's
and it hurt, but it was the most amazing experience to date that I had had. I remember I was there. My kids were there. My husband was supporting me. He was always supporting me with my running. And I showed up there, and I crossed the finish line, and there's these total strangers are cheering for me and high fiving me, and I just was like, I love these people. And I just signed up for another race. This was part of a series. There was a five races through the summer that they were running. So I went to that first race, and when I got addicted, I immediately signed up for the other ones. And I did that, and in January of 2010, I I ran the Rock and Roll Marathon in Phoenix.
wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
and I never thought that I that I would feel like I was among the living again, and that was the first time that I'd felt that way. And well, at this point, decades.
Yeah.
And I got addicted, and I over I overran a lot. I uh, I I did the same thing. I do this with things. Jump into it and I get obsessed, and then I just go until I can't go no more. And
Yeah.
I did that for the last race I ran was in 2020. That was it was a 10K, but I walked it because a few years ago I was diagnosed with lupus.
Oh, okay.
So I have joint problems, joint pain. My muscles are degenerating, and my I have problems with my kidneys and with my stomach, and it just goes on and on. But before that, when I was running, it was it was so what I needed.
Yeah.
It got me my strength back. It made me feel strong. And when you train for a marathon, you're running like,
All the time.
yes. So I'm not
I've
fast.
done two
Yeah.
I've done two half marathons. I've never done a full, and even the half marathon training is intense.
Yes, it
So,
is. It's intaking. You're monitoring everything, your diet, and that's what I absorbed myself in, and that's what I focused on, and that I think gave me the structure that I needed to get day by day. And there were days when that was the only thing I that got me out of bed in the morning,
yeah.
and it made me feel so good. I got my power back, and I also loved that I could run a long ways
Yeah.
because I I said if he ever comes back at me, if he ever comes at me again, I'm not fast, but I could definitely go the distance and get away from him.
Yeah.
And I made some wonderful friends, and it was it was just what, like I said, just what I needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, after living years and years and years of abuse, and then after that dealing with the trauma and the PTSD, it's
Yes.
amazing to find something that you can take your control back and your power back like that
Yeah.
through exercise or running, or some people take up art or
Yeah.
whatever it is that's your own personal therapy. That's fantastic that you were able to find that.
I didn't realize that I needed it. And it's so funny because it's like me and that girl that invited me to the race. I mean, we like hardly ever talked to each other, and it was just like, boom, hey, I'm running this 5K. Do you want to come? And I was like, yeah, sure. And
Yeah.
I went, and
Sure, why
yeah,
not?
it was just like I said, I'd never really run before that.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I found a really nice group of people, and I made some good friends, and some people that weren't judgmental, and that I was able to tell almost everything.
Yeah.
And it's funny because once I got in that circle, all these other people started telling me, yeah, I don't get along with my son either. It's been like 4 years since he's called me. And, you just hear other people, you know, when you
Yeah.
share, and I wasn't sharing any of my experiences. I thought, I was acting like I was the only one that's ever gone through this.
Yeah.
And I felt like I was totally alone, except for my sons and my husband and my mom and my sister. Those
Yeah.
were
And that's very isolating. So when you start finding people that are in a similar situation or have been through it, you're not alone.
yeah,
And it helps you feel not crazy.
yeah, exactly. I was like, I was okay being a crazy runner, I was okay with that identity.
Yeah.
But yeah, just being crazy in general, well, no,
Yeah.
that was a label that he wanted he wanted me to carry, and that he wanted me to be ashamed of and keep me down with. And it's running saved my life. I say that all the time, but it's true. It really did.
That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I hadn't heard from my oldest son, and I don't remember how many years it had been, but right after I started running, he called me and he said that he wanted to attend a culinary school that was here in Scottsdale, and he wanted to know if he could stay with me. And
Oh,
I was just like, yes, of course, and he was, he's an adult at this point. He's in his 20s and early 20s. And we started going to the gym together. We started running. We started me and him would take the boys to the we lived next to a high school, so we'd go run the track and just or run the bleachers, and it was just such a wonderful time. It just felt like it flew by so fast. I think he was in school for like a year and a half or something, but it just seemed to fly by so fast. And I thought everything was gonna be, you know, back to normal. And then I found out that after he was he was moved to Colorado, he was pretty much just like forgotten. He was ignored. He says that he felt like everybody forgot him.
oh, geez. That's awful.
And it is because if you didn't want him, he just did it to be malicious. He just did it to just because he could.
Yeah.
And that just really broke my heart that I found out that there was all this other stuff going on, not just with the problems with my oldest and her adoption or her putting her baby up for adoption and everything. There was just a lot of when he showed up at my door, he was so timid, and he was like almost like he was just like kept apologizing about everything, and just I'd be like, oh, oh, I'll get that for you. Oh, no, no, I'm sorry. It's just it was just constantly he was just kept like feeling compelled to apologize. And I remember feeling that way, and I knew
Yeah.
exactly how he was feeling. And so I think that I love that he came back and everything, but it was really hard finding out all that you know, about how horrible it was once he moved them up there, because I wasn't around anymore. I wasn't there every other weekend seeing them, or my phone calls weren't returned, my letters weren't answered, and I just felt abandoned.
Yeah.
And I felt when I found out about him, I felt bad for just like thinking of myself. And that I don't know. I mean, I knew it was painful for them. I saw them driving away and not wanting to leave. anytime I did talk to them on the phone, you know, they were crying. They were missing me.
Yeah.
And, you know, we had to lose that bond. And I've been feeling sad about it all this time. But just recently, I just started getting angry. And I just started thinking about how pathetic he is, that he had to manipulate me into being with him.
Yeah.
First of all, you know, and then he had to manipulate my mom. My mom was doing everything she could to help him. That's all she wanted to do. She just brought him into the family. And, you know, then the two of us are just left behind, discarded.
Yeah.
And
Horrible.
it is. It's just, and it's wrong. She shouldn't have had to lose her grandchildren, especially after having been taken from her mom
Right.
to go to boarding school. It was just so like re-traumatizing for her, and I just felt so guilty for letting introducing him into the family.
Yeah.
But anyways, my son, he graduated and from school, and like I said, I lost contact with him again. I just dove more into my running. I became really, really obsessed with it. And then my youngest daughter starts like talking to me on Facebook and stuff, and posting things like she misses me and everything. And so she started coming visiting me, and it was so wonderful. We ran all these 5Ks together, and I thought everything was repaired, or everything was headed in that direction, and she just disappeared again.
Yeah.
And you know, they just kept breadcrumbing me. It was just enough to keep me on a hook. And somewhere between around 2016, my oldest told me that she was getting, well, she didn't tell me. I found out she was getting married. And I wasn't invited. And I only found out about it basically because they wanted my son, since he was in culinary school, my daughter wanted him to make the cake. She wanted him to make her wedding cake. So it's getting close to the wedding, and I'm like, I asked him, I said, do you need me to take you to the store to get the stuff, you know? And he's like, oh no, I'm waiting for them to, you know, I'm waiting for them to give me the money so I can go buy the stuff. And it just kept getting closer and closer and closer. And so he finally called them and told, you know, and asked them, hey, you know, when are you going to, it's going to be over $70 for all the supplies, because he had to buy pans and everything.
Yeah.
And they told him that, oh, we just assumed that it was going to be your gift to us. And so he's just like, crap, everybody's expecting this cake. What am I going to do? And he was actually, he was very, very upset about it. And I took him to the store, and I paid for my daughter's wedding cake that I, you know, and I wasn't even invited to the wedding.
Wow.
And it was just very, very cruel to know that I wasn't wanted. You know, that somebody else was the mother of the bride. You know, I've never even met the guy. I only know that what his name is because I hear it from my son. If I didn't have any contact with my son, I wouldn't know where they live. I wouldn't know how many kids they have. I would know nothing.
Wow.
Absolutely nothing. But she got married. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
It was just really, really, really hard. It just felt so final. You know?
Yeah. That's understandable.
Yeah. And she had other children. She's got a home, and I've only seen secondhand pictures of my kids. I'm not even on their Facebook or Instagram or anything, and so I have absolutely no contact, and it's been excruciating. I don't know how many times I felt suicidal, and I have cried every day about this. I don't think there's a day that's gone by that I haven't cried about it.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's really hard to mourn people that are still out there, especially when they're your children.
Absolutely.
You have them and you think they're going to be part of your life for the rest of your life, and when they're not, it's you never feel like it's right. Nothing ever feels right again.
Yeah.
And um around 2014 and 15, my youngest had called me and told me that she got married, and her husband is in the Navy, and they're stationed in Virginia Beach, and she wanted me to come visit her for spring break, and her husband bought the ticket for me. I flew out there, and it was a wonderful time, and again, they get my hopes up, and everything's great. Have a wonderful visit. I come home, and probably about 2 weeks after I came home, she calls me and she's excited. And she tells me that she's pregnant. I'm excited. I'm thinking I'm going to get to be a part of this grandchild's life. They came, they visited me Thanksgiving. I think it was around 2016, 17. They visited me, they stayed with me, and it was wonderful. We ran a 10K that they have out in Mesa. Me, my son, my daughter, and I pushed my grandson in the stroller, and it was just like it was the best race I ever ran, because I was one of those people that was pushing a stroller with a baby in it, and I never got to do that before.
Yeah.
And then they left and disappeared again, and I didn't hear from them until 2019. My daughter, my youngest, she calls me and she's screaming at me, yelling at me, telling me that she's talking to me. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? She's telling me that she's been seeing a therapist and that she has remembered that my dad molested her. And I'm just speechless. I don't have anything to say. And I knew it was her dad. It was just the same verbiage and everything. Plus, my ex, if he knew that he could have my dad put in jail and how much it would upset me, he would have done it. He wouldn't have even thought twice. So there's no validity to these accusations, because he was trying to get me to think that my dad molested me also. Now, the thing with that I'm thinking about this now is that he has a habit of blame shifting and turning things around. So he will basically accuse you of something so that he doesn't get blamed for what he's doing.
Yeah. Again, that's very narcissist behavior.
Yes. And now
That blame shifting.
yeah, and I'm concerned that maybe she was remembering something, and maybe she was coerced into thinking it was my father instead of hers.
Yeah.
And at this point, after everything he has done to ruin my life and to hurt everybody that I cared about, and loved, I really wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past him. And that's just the sickening feeling that I feel, that I've been feeling lately about this whole thing. And I got off the phone with her, and I didn't know what to say. I didn't even tell my husband. I just was like, she was screaming at me. I didn't even want to say it out loud, what her accusations were. I just said, she called me, she's blaming me for everything, and I just told him she just wanted to scream at me. I said, hopefully she got it out. And I just went on, and that was the only thing I could do at that point. My health had started getting bad. Well, because of the drinking and because of liver problems I had when I was a child, I ended up in the hospital, and I had a blood clot in my liver. So I had to, this was at my 50th birthday. I spent my 50th birthday in the hospital, and they told me, if you don't stop drinking right now, you probably won't make it another month.
Wow.
And yeah, so I'm sitting there, and my eyes are yellow. And I've done this to myself, and I was just thinking to myself, look what you let him do to you,
Yeah.
as I'm laying in the hospital. And I never took another drink again. I still have not, I've not had a drink, but that I almost died from that.
Yeah.
And my mom and my husband are staying, holding my hand in the hospital, and my mom's telling me that, she goes, I knew you were in so much pain. She says, I'm so sorry. And she's just, just telling me that she didn't know that I was hurting so much. And I told her that I didn't want to tell her that I had a problem because I was just so ashamed. And again, it's more shame piled on all the other shame that I'm feeling. And it was very, very hard to be in the hospital and just not feel like a complete failure at life.
Yeah.
And my mom asked, do you want me to see if I can call the kids? And I said no. And I just started crying, and I told her, I don't want to hear them tell me that they're not going to come see me.
Yeah.
I told them I just can't handle that. I need to stop drinking. I need to focus on me so that I can be here for my 2 boys and my husband, and for my mom. She's pretty. She's, God bless her. She's just telling me this morning that she's going on another trip out of state to go visit my sister, and I'm like, she's 79 years old, and she's still, she's still going. She's going to go leave the state all by herself, and that's just the kind of I think that's just the kind of strength that I needed to see all those years growing up to make it through all of this.
Yeah.
But after I quit drinking, I was able to run for a couple more years. But then I was diagnosed with lupus, and I had to quit running. I did it as long as I could. I was like I was walking, just walking very fast. I was like, I needed that, because my depression was, it was, if I didn't run, my depression was just out of control.
Yeah.
But then I couldn't run, so I talked to my doctor, and he told me to, you should try to start therapy. And so I started therapy, and shortly after that, my oldest son, he calls. I get a call from him, and he tells me that he's moving back in with his dad. And last I heard, he was living with a woman up in Colorado.
Oh yeah.
And they had a long-term relationship. And I said, "Oh, okay." And he sounded really, really like sad, and I asked him, "Is everything okay?" And he told me that he he had sepsis. He was in the hospital, and he says they called Dad because I had sepsis, and they didn't know if I was going to make it. And I said, and I'm thinking I had sepsis from my liver failure, so I'm like, what, you know, well, what happened, And I'm thinking maybe he was drinking or something like that. That's immediately what I thought. And he tells me, no, I was reusing needles. He had started using heroin and meth, and he was out of control, and he just got sick from the dirty needle, ended up in the hospital, and they called my ex, and he ended up living back with them.
I was really hurt that he didn't call me. All these years, their dad is still the one that they call. I I act like it doesn't bother me, but it does. But I don't feel like I can say anything. Um, when I spoke up to my daughters about the way they treated me, that I didn't want to be yelled at or belittled anymore, I was discarded by my daughters. And I know my son is not like his sisters, but I still expect for him to not want me one day. I recently opened up to him about his dad's physical abuse, and his response was, "Yeah, Dad fought with everyone growing up," and he told me flat out, "I always knew that my dad was kind of a jerk," and I don't think he remembers seeing the violence. Either that or he's desensitized from growing up with his father that fought with everybody he could, to control everyone's emotions. I told my son how his dad attacked me at the soccer party, and that after that, I let my fear keep me from seeing them sometimes. And I told him that I was sorry that I didn't continue fighting his dad um, for custody. And I told him I should have gone down fighting to the death, and I was apologizing. I apologized for being afraid, um, and he didn't seem surprised by the story. But that was all that I shared with him. That's all I felt comfortable with sharing with him at this time.
I tried to get him to start therapy outside of the church, but he said he wanted something faith based, and so he went counseling through LDS services for about a year,
Okay.
and then I think he got in a the way it sounds to me, it sounds like they got in a confrontation, and my son just decided he was going to move out because it was just so abrupt that he left, and this was like last year.
Yeah.
And he's the only one right now that I have any connection to, and it just feels so fragile,
Yeah.
and it angers me because my ex was so threatened by, because me and him were always so close. He was so threatened by the fact that he couldn't sever that bond without completely, with just taking them away. He had to go to extremes to be the favorite parent, and that's just wrong. It
Yeah.
is. It's horrible. But when my son moved back in, he wanted to. He says, "I want to come see you." I said, Where's your dad at?" And he says, "In Queen Creek." I found out that I had been living like 25 minutes away from this man, and I thought he was in Colorado this whole time.
Wow.
I said, is he out of the service? And he said, yeah, they had to discharge him for medical reasons. I said, what happened? He says that Dad's got Lewy body dementia from exposure to chemicals on the flight line where he worked, because he was a helicopter mechanic. I guess there was the pesticides and stuff that they were spraying to get rid of the weeds on the it's causing a lot of dementia in those service people. So he was told that that he had to get out of the army, and he's been living, and I didn't even know this. I moved, the last apartment that I lived in was the last place that he knew. So he didn't know where I lived for probably about probably about 6 years. 6 years he didn't know where I lived. And I felt so safe. And then the second that I found out that he was back, even though he's got dementia and he's sick, I started having nightmares. I started having panic attacks. I didn't want to leave the house. It was just awful. And I couldn't stop it. But I was already in therapy, so they put me on antidepressants. First time I have taken antidepressants since I left. Since I left back in 1996. I went this whole time with no antidepressants. He shows up in my life again, and boom, I'm I'm back on Paxil. So it's just and it felt like it never stops. And then that's when I started just doing the EMDR, and really, I started working with a psychiatrist with the medications. He gave me Prazosin to help with my nightmares. He gave me Buspar to help with my anxiety. And right now I take Buspirone for depression, and all these things I'm taking on top of all my lupus medications. And it's overwhelming. And I'm very angry at that I'm still suffering for what he did to me all these years.
Yeah.
And I've been acting compassionate to my son when he tells me about his dad's progress. And I've been saying, like he told me, yeah, Dad's reverting, he's regressing, and he's exhibiting more childlike behavior. And I just was like, aw, But then later on, when I was telling my mom, I said, yeah, Sean says that he's exhibiting more childlike behavior. I don't know how they would know the difference, but I can't say that to my son, his dad, so.
Yeah.
But I started feeling bad about feeling that way. And I beat myself up about it. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm a horrible person. I was never like this before I met him. Never hated anybody. I never really even got into confrontations with anybody. My sister constantly tried to start fights with me, and I was, very rarely did it get, any further than just, her yelling and stomping away, just because it was easy to de-escalate with her.
Yeah.
And so I've never had problems, with interacting with other people. So when all this started and he started, I totally believed him.
Mm-hmm.
And it really, it sickens me that I fell for his act at the beginning and even after that. And, but again, that he should be the one that's ashamed, not me.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and I'm still battling with that. I just started getting angry recently, and I've been able to express my hate for him, and I finally have been able to express a lot of the pain that I was just stuffing all those years.
Yeah.
And it's been layers. It's like I keep uncovering, as I go back, and I'm remembering different things, and I'm thinking about, you know, I, now that I know what a monster he is, I'm thinking about all those stories that I heard about, stuff he did when he was a kid. And my mother-in-law told me a story one time, and she told me that they were at a church picnic, or it was some sort of church function, and she told me everybody got really bent out of shape because he was alone with a girl in the car. And he goes, they were just sitting in there talking, but everybody got bent out of shape. And she goes, they were just kids. They just blew it out of proportion. And then she was really silent about that story. And then I didn't think anything of it until just recently I started thinking about her. And I was like, okay, well, there's a lot of missing pieces to the story. First of all, how old were they?
Yeah.
Did the girl want to be in the car with him? Did she want the door locked? I'm thinking about all this stuff, and she's telling me everybody's making a big deal. She said everybody made such a big deal out of it, and I'm thinking to myself, I should have asked more questions. I should have dug a little deeper, found out, what, like all those questions. But at that time, you don't expect to think stuff like that about your own husband.
No.
When you're hearing stories about when he was a kid and you hear something like that, I really just thought, well, that must have been like a really uptight ward or something. That was my immediate thought, that maybe they were, if it was when he was a kid, that would have been in the 70s. So,
Yeah.
maybe the parents were really strict or whatever. And I just assumed that's the case. And now I'm replaying all these, stories and events, and, the fact that his parents had left him behind to, and, that's how my mom scooped him up, and now I'm thinking to myself, I don't think it was his father. I don't think his father was the reason why he got left behind. I think he just he probably was just so stubborn and just said, I'm not going, and thought that they would stay. But he got his dad had other places to be, for his job. And yeah, it's just insane. But I'm feeling more comfortable in expressing that I'm glad that he's suffering right now.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's sick. I hope he's suffering a lot. I hope his wife is being really mean to him. I mean, I just keep thinking all these things,
Yeah.
just, and like I said, I was beating myself up about it, and my mom said, well, those are your feelings, nobody knows except for you how he made you feel.
Yeah. And you're valid in your feelings, and the feelings of anger can be healthy. And so often, I know that you weren't like raised in the church, but you joined when you were rather young.
Yeah.
In the church, we're told that any bad emotion is, from the devil. And so we're told to just stuff all those bad emotions down. Whereas really those bad emotions are healthy.
Yeah.
They're what help us work through emotions. They're what help us work through things that happen in our life.
Yeah.
So it's not, anger is not always a bad thing.
No.
And it's good that you're able to feel that now, because the more you go through it, the more you'll be able to get through it. And it's a lot healthier than just stuffing it all down, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. It's been, it feels good to finally be getting that out. And each day that I sit with this information, that I was used, that I was manipulated, that, that he took my children, all that stuff, all the way down to the grandchildren. It's like the more that I'm saying it, the less intense those words feel.
Yeah.
I've been able to watch so many movies in this past couple of months that I was never able to watch, and things having to do with abuse or with somebody being controlling like he was, or even movies where somebody's spending time with their grandchildren.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's still hard, and I don't think that's ever going to go away, because there's always be that hole, like I was saying, that open wound that I felt right from the beginning, that I'm still walking around with that, but it's not
Yeah.
it's not as bad as it was back then.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it is. So, but the last I heard about my ex was that he had just come out of the hospital. I guess he had gotten bit by a dog or something, and my son flew down because they told him he was getting worse, and so he came down and saw him, but I haven't really heard anything about him since then. I mean, I've talked to my son, I've texted him and I've talked to him, but I want to know, but I don't want to know.
Yeah.
I think I want to know for the wrong reasons, so that's why I haven't been pushing for answers or wanting to know why, how he is or anything like that. The last time that I saw his face was when he dropped my son off. When my son first showed up, we were meeting at a restaurant, and he didn't have his license, so his dad had to drop him off. I waited in my car, and I saw him pull up, and he's in a convertible, so I can see clear as day that it's him. He drops off my son, and my son kind of looks around, and then he's all like, and then he waves goodbye, and his dad pulls away, but then he stops, and he kind of like lifts his head up, and he's scanning the parking lot to see if he can see me around. And I was in my truck, and I just kind of like ducked down, and my windows are tinted really dark in my truck, so I just waited until he drove off and then waited a couple more minutes, and then I got out and had lunch with my son.
Yeah.
But when he arrived here, he told me, "Yeah, I can have my dad drop me off." I said, "I can come pick you up. I have no problem with that." And he goes, "Well, dad and they don't want you to know where they live." My ex and his wife did not want me to know where they live, and I wanted to say, if anybody should be not wanting, I have to say, I don't want him knowing where I am either. But
Yeah.
I told him I would pick him up at the store that he got a job at. I told him, I'll just pick you up there tomorrow, and he says okay. So I went over there, picked him up, and when I brought him back, I was going to take him back home, but hey, my dad's driving around, and he wants to know if he can save you a trip and come pick me up. So he manipulated his way into finding out where I lived.
Yeah.
And like I said, all my safety just went away when he finally knew where I live. Plus, my son gets, when his dad's coming to pick him up, he tells me, "Hey, dad texts me. He wants to come up and say hi." And this was just like 2 years ago, and I was speechless again, and I was just shaking my head no, and I said, I don't, and as soon as I got that word out, I guess I got this really scared look on my face when he asked me that question, because he immediately looked at me like, "Oh my God, I'm sorry I said that," and he just said, "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay." He tells me, "It's okay. I'll tell him that it's not a good time." So he texts him, and then all of a sudden, me and him are talking and everything, and then all of a sudden he looks at his phone. He goes, "I gotta go. I'll see you later." And then I hear him running down the stairs. I'm thinking, because my ex was probably coming in, even though I said no. And Yeah. And a couple of days later after that, there was a pounding at my door. I didn't answer because I couldn't see well through the peephole, but I know his mannerisms, and I know it was him, and I didn't answer the door, and I don't think that he ever tried to come by again. I'm hoping that he didn't, but now my son says that he can't even drive anymore. He gets so lost, and that he can't. He has to rely on everybody. So I feel like I'm pretty safe now, and
Good.
it's the first time that I felt safe since he didn't know where I was, and then before that, I don't even remember last time I felt safe before that.
Yeah. Which that's awful to go that long in your life and not feel safe.
Yeah, it is. It's just it's been, even when I was running, I remember looking around to see if I didn't know what he drove, but I always looked to see the drivers anytime anybody slowed down past me or slowed down next to me or whatever, whether they were stopping for a light or whatever. I've been on guard this whole time.
Wow.
And yeah, so physically, I don't think I would have this autoimmune disorder if I hadn't been so traumatized.
Yeah. Which that's been proven that happens.
Yes.
I don't know if you've ever read the book, and we've actually talked about it on the podcast a lot, the book called The Body Keeps the Score.
Yes.
And it talks exactly about that, about how people that have gone through trauma later on in life, have autoimmune diseases or cancer or any number of, ailments that the body, because the body remembers the trauma. And oftentimes, even when our brains don't, like you had said, you didn't remember some of your trauma until recently. Sometimes
Yeah.
our brains don't remember the trauma, but our body remembers, and our body keeps that score. And it's harder to fight off illnesses for
Yeah.
sure,
Yeah.
because it uses so much energy, when it doesn't feel safe, and it's in that high stress, high stress inducing, adrenaline pumping
Yeah.
situation for so long. It makes that your body can't fight things off, and it creates those things. So
Yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah.
could definitely believe that.
Yeah. As soon as I was, like I said, as soon as I was diagnosed with lupus, they wanted to know if you suffer from depression, blah, blah, blah. They wanted to put me on antidepressants back then, but I had said no. They were already giving me all these pills to, to start taking for the pain and everything. But physically, I'm feeling better than I was last year at this time. I walk with a cane, but last year at this time, walking with a cane was very painful. And now I'm able to, go and walk my dog, uh, and even with my cane, and it feels good. I have I have a big dog that I got when they were clearing the shelters, and ever since I got him, and my husband said this, ever since you got him, you've just been, and I just started pouring everything out.
Yeah.
And I think it was the comfort and the safety that I needed.
Yeah.
So right now, I'm looking forward to trying to continue building my relationship with my son. If my daughters come back, or if they try to come back, I don't know. Because of my health, I don't know if I would be able to handle the stress and everything that would might come along with trying to rebuild things after all this time.
Yeah.
But they know that I'm sick, and they haven't reached out to me. So this is, it is what it is at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can only do so much.
Yeah. Exactly. but I have, my wonderful boys, and they're adults now, but they still live with us, and it's wonderful. I love fixing them breakfast all the time and doing all the stuff that I missed out with my other three. When yeah, I was able to get that at least, and I was able to end up with somebody who actually did care about me and actually does love me, and actually wants to take care of me. He's trying to make me feel better. He's doing everything he can to try to make me feel better, and my ex did everything he could to try to make me feel worse.
Yeah.
And it's night and day, the two of them, and I'm so glad that I ended up with him, because the more that I read about narcissists and how, like, I was probably drawn to that, and
Yeah.
the odds are that I probably would have, if I didn't end up with him, I probably would have gotten swept up in another bad toxic relationship.
Yeah.
So I'm counting my blessings, and it's been so nice to actually look around and say I'm grateful for the way my life is right now.
Yeah.
I didn't have that for a long, long, long time. So it feels really good, and we're talking about our retirement, and things that we want to do, and we're going to go off and ride off into the sunset, and his dad is just going to keep getting sicker and sicker.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think I have a lot of people in this Facebook support group that have just been loving that. They're all like, "Oh, karma, karma." Yeah, it's been a little enjoyable for a couple of people who were very, who were hurt very badly by people like him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And karma is a wonderful thing.
I said, he's reaping what he sowed.
Yeah.
That's all he did was just spread hate and anger, and my son, my son told him that he said, maybe if you hadn't been angry all those years, you wouldn't have blown up the part of your brain that's causing the dementia now. I think that's what he said to him, and it was just like, wow, you said that to him. And then I immediately thought, I wish I could have said something like that to him. I wanted to know, what did he look like? What expression did he have on his face when you told him that? And yeah, I become a little spiteful, but right now it feels okay to be that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, sometimes that's healthy.
Yeah. Yeah. So
it's therapeutic.
Yes. So I'm going to continue healing, and just keep doing what I've been doing, and the therapy, and with my sons and with my husband, and just enjoy what I have now.
For sure. And
yeah.
Doing things like this, telling your story and taking the time to sort it out helps so much. And continuing therapy. I think every person on this planet should be attending therapy in one way or another.
I think so too.
Everyone's a little, everyone needs that, and needs that, just to be able to talk through emotions and talk through situations just helps you get to the other side of it. So yeah, just continue what you're doing. And we're so grateful that you were willing to share your story with us and take this time with us.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. Like I said, it's been so eye-opening, this, like, writing out the timeline and asking my family questions, and finally being able to, to process a lot of that stuff that was just all jumbled up in my head, just stuffed down so deep that I couldn't even sort it out. When I started therapy, I couldn't even sort it out. So,
yeah. And it'll be an ongoing process too. Like, you'll think you'll have it all sorted out, and then something else will happen.
Yeah,
And
of
you'll have
course.
to put that puzzle piece in the mix, and then
Yeah.
you'll get that sorted out, and then you'll have another puzzle piece, and it's ongoing. But good for you that you're continuing on and still trying.
I've been feeling better every day, so yeah, I'm just going to keep going. Thank
That's
you.
awesome. Thank you. Well, did you have anything else you wanted to share with us before we?
No, I don't think so. I think that
Okay.
was it was a very painful time, but it's better now. I'm happy, and I could be everybody that is under my roof loves me just as I am. They don't. There's no conditions. It's just.
And that's how it should be.
Exactly.
Sure.
That's how it should be in every family, and it's sad that a lot of people don't get that.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you for joining us on Latter-day Survivors. As survivors of trauma and abuse, we wanted to provide a platform for survivors to share their stories. Many survivors of all types of abuse may be able to recognize and relate to the patterns of behavior in the victims, abusers, families, and friends of the stories shared by other survivors on this podcast. Often, as we escape oppressive family, religious, and social constructs to a safer place where we come to see our abuse and all related issues, we are better able to process and begin to heal. We believe that when we share our stories with others, we can also help them to heal. It can take decades for survivors to find the courage to speak about these things. If it is so hard for adults, imagine how difficult it is for a child to speak up. We hope to normalize these discussions so that children can speak to adults earlier. As adults, we must listen and recognize the severity of the abuse, its potential consequences, and the need for action to stop the abuse as early as possible. Just knowing we are not alone, that there are other people who have felt and do feel the same or have endured similar experiences in life, can remind us that we are not alone in this.
Oh my child, I know you're hurt and you can't let go. It's not your fault and you don't deserve all the bad and the hurt. I know you tried so hard. I know you've done your part. It's not fair. You did your time. How much longer will you suffer in this life? But don't give up. Just hold on tight. It'll be alright. All your life you've tried to be a good man inside. Did everything that you thought you should. Didn't seem to do you any good. I know you've tried so hard. I know you've done your part. It's not fair. You did your time. How much longer will you suffer in this life? But don't give up. Just hold on tight. It'll be alright. I know you tried so hard. I know you've done your part. It's not fair.